Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue our playthrough of Slay the Princess. Now, we began this game on, well, it was last Monday, wasn't it? A week ago. And we managed to complete the game. That is, we managed to reach one of the endings. And I thoroughly enjoyed the game. The story I thought was only... well, I felt it had the problem that a lot of games have, as well as, frankly, other forms of media like films and TV, in that they had a really good idea for a middle section, but then it just felt like they didn't really know how to tie it all together in the end, so it all got a bit silly. But in spite of that, I did thoroughly enjoy the game. The music and art I thought was excellent. And I enjoyed it so much that I wanted to do another stream where we look at all the things that we missed the first time. This game contains, well, saving. You can create saves, which means that in theory, every time that we would make a choice in the game, we can make a save, and then we will know... then if we want to see how things would have been different, if we'd done things in a different way, we can always reload back to a known save point and explore that option. With that in mind, I found a guide online. This is on Reddit. This is a post by Armanish, it would seem, on the r/Slay the Princess subreddit, and they produced this gigantic table, which I'm sure isn't going to be in the least bit frustrating to explore. Why don't you play a second time the way you want, and then wait for the pristine cut? I mean, I could, but... first of all, I'm not sure that the game would necessarily end up that much different if I just played it a second time the way I wanted. Because it would probably take a few attempts at the game to figure out where the really important decisions are, if I weren't using a guide. And secondly, I could wait for the pristine cut, or I could just play it now, and then when the pristine cut comes out, if I wanted, I could then explore that stuff then. It's lovely to see you, Entor. I hope you're well. So, that's my current thinking. What else is there to say? Oh yeah, this game comes with some big content warnings. I went to the website last time and read out all the content warnings, but essentially there's going to be mild nudity, lots of gore, potentially suicide. I say potentially, that's what one of the warnings was for, at least one of the warnings. So yeah, this is a game that isn't appropriate for individuals that would be easily put off by scenes of great violence and how would you put it? Scenes of self-harm. I think exploring blindly is still enjoyable on the second playthrough, and grinding the other endings can be done afterwards. I mean, you can say that you have one quick save. I mean, if that's what people want me to do, I could go through blind again. The trouble is, the first thing I would want to do is try out some of this content that I know I missed last time. And that would be a lot easier to do with the help of a guide. Because at least then I would know... Actually, no, I suppose it wouldn't make much difference, would it? As long as I was saving regularly. The only downside is that if I did that without a guide, I wouldn't necessarily know... I would know to save at the start of each chapter, but I wouldn't necessarily know... I suppose I could name the saves after the chapters, couldn't I? Yeah, okay. I was thinking it wouldn't be systematic, which could be a nuisance if I went back afterwards trying to get the other endings, but yeah, we could do that. Okay, that's what we'll do. Well, play however you want, but playing this kind of game by guide seems boring. Well, I was thinking that this would be more of a chill, soaking in the art and music type stream, rather than more of an intense, trying to figure out what on earth is going on type stream. But yeah, I suppose the things that I particularly want to see right now is I want to know what would have happened with the adversary if I'd gone to chapter 3. I want to know what would have happened with the nightmare if I'd gone to chapter 3. I'd like to know what would have happened with what was the other one? The Smitten. If I'd gone, that wasn't the name of the chapter. I've forgotten the name of the chapter, but the chapter where we encountered the Smitten. I'd like to know what would happen if we'd taken that to chapter 3 as well. I have been spoiled in one way when I was looking this stuff up. I happened to read that there is a so-called good ending if you kill the princess immediately without asking any questions or anything like that right at the start of the game. Since I know that content's there, we may as well try that first, and then we'll start another game and explore from there. This doesn't sound like you at all. I like your stupid pointless overthinking sometimes. I'm sure the other Slay the Princess viewers also liked it. Well, it's just that now that we know what's actually going on in the game, because we've already completed the game, there's no more mystery, there's nothing more for me to overthink. But I do enjoy the art and the music. Anyway, let's get into it. So, the hero and the princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So just to reiterate, this game, I'm just gonna beeline straight for the princess and kill her immediately and see what happens. You can fast forward if you do the good ending. I can fast forward it if you do... I can fast forward if I do the good ending. What does that mean? What does it mean to fast forward? So... if I go through my options quickly, because again, I'm not going to read out all the options because we know what we're doing. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
I love how smug he sounds. Oh, I don't mean there is an option. I mean you could skip the dialogue. Oh, I see what you mean.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Would you like to see me do more visual novels in the future then? You know, different visual novels where I don't know what's going on. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Don't know much about visual novels. No, I don't either. I also think I'd have to pick the right visual novel. I mean, obviously to an extent that's going to be true no matter what. But in particular, I'd feel bad about playing a visual novel that has no player choice. Just because I feel like at that point, am I not, by streaming it, am I not basically just isn't that going to be almost tantamount to supplying the game to other people? If you see what I mean, if they can just watch my stream from start to end and get the exact same experience as if they had played the game, that seems wrong. Whereas with a visual novel like this, at least there is choice and decisions to be discussed. Doki Doki Sisters is supposed to also be very good. I don't know whether it's even suitable for Twitch. Oh, Doki Doki Literature Club. I've heard of that one. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty boring to watch story instead of taking part in it. I know what you mean, but it doesn't make a difference for viewers. Yeah, but I'd feel bad for the devs.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Also, it's lovely to see you again, voice of the hero. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
In case you've only just got here, voice of the hero, my original plan for the stream was I was going to use a guide so that I could find all the content that we hadn't seen last time, with a view to just soaking in all the beautiful art and music. Entor has convinced me that I should do a second playthrough from going in, not quite blind, but blind for the second time. But while I was looking up a guide online, I happened to see about the so-called good ending, where you go straight for the princess. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just beelining for the princess, and when we've seen whatever that ending is, then I'll be starting again and doing a second unguided run. Viewers will maybe remember the playthrough, but in time they will forget it, and at that point they will either buy the game to experience it themselves, or they won't. Yeah, I know what you mean, because in terms of piracy in general, that is, I don't mean actual piracy as in robbing people on the high seas, as in video game piracy. There is of course the argument that I find quite compelling that people that would have bought a game would buy it anyway, and that copies that are downloaded aren't lost sales. And I think that's essentially the same argument you're making there, Entor, that just because I stream a game, that doesn't mean that it's going to hurt sales. In fact, it may even improve sales. I just feel like if it's specifically a game with no player choice whatsoever, it's not even no player choice. If the game is basically just a film, is what I'm getting at. Because at least with walking simulators, there's still some player interaction with the world around them, and that there's still more scope for, I suppose, in a visual novel with just one, without multiple paths, there's still scope for commentary. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're right, Entor. It's just something to be wary of. I suppose just if you're gonna stream a game like that, really try hard to make sure you're adding something as a streamer. I watch a lot of Automata streams. Many streamers played the game 7 years ago. Most don't remember the plot. There are many endings and routes. I don't think one stream would be enough. And quite honestly, you don't have the reach to make a big difference. You added a lot. Thank you. I don't know if that's true, but thank you. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
That is the voice of the adversary. I guess you always get that voice if you take the dagger first time? Or either that or I've already gone wrong and I can't get the good ending. She sounds dangerous, as if she is the one in charge of this place. Yes it is. I mean, I shut my mouth during the stream because I was busy reading something. The other viewer back then enjoyed watching you play it. Oh.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
I wonder if I have already gone wrong. I know that if I say anything, I get yelled at, so again, because we're just beelining for this so-called good ending, I'm going to continue down the stairs without saying anything.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
She sounds mocking. So what are my options? What? No way, why would you even think that? Or, okay, yeah, you caught me, I'm here to slay you. Or, nuh-uh. Or, I haven't decided yet, or I'm just here to talk, or still your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Okie dokie, narrator. Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation.
Sorry.
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
We're psychopaths.
Oh. This is it, isn't it?
Sorry.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Yes.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yeah, but we have to believe that it's going to kill her to actually kill her.
Yes. Even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well.
That's the narrator trying to control what we think.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Of course it is. She's dead. Or, I'm not sure. I feel like she has to have some kind of trick up her sleeve. Or, of course not. That was too easy. Nope, of course it is. She's dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
He really is a manipulator, isn't he?
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
Was this the intention, or has the narrator made a mistake in his whole plan? His whole plan about killing change in the universe so that there's no more death? Have we just ended the universe?
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Uh-huh. That's rubbish. Let me out of here. Oh, okay. Or I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world. I like the middle one. Oh, okay.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey, we're not just going to stay here forever, right?
So my choices are explored. Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Or, no, do you have any ideas how to get us out of here? Or, of course we are. I like it here. Of course we are. I like it here.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
Wonderful news.
Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears.
I'm a little concerned this isn't the good ending, but we'll see.
Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Yay! Oh, good ending. You did it. You saved everyone. More excellent art, I see. Well, I hope you enjoyed the stream. A bit mundane, ain't it? Oh, this isn't it, is it? Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by pressing H. Oh, I could have done that all along, couldn't I? If we wanted to take a closer look at some of the art. Return to main menu. Right, new game, I guess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
The game literally ended. It did. Life is mundane.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
It doesn't have to be. Right, so what are we doing? I really want to see what the final stage of the adversary, the nightmare, and the one that we got with the voice of the smitten. I've forgotten what that one was called. I want to know what the final stages of all those would have been if I'd made it to chapter 3. So I guess we could start with the nightmare. That was the one we did first of all last time. So I believe that is just go to the cabin. Yeah, it was go to the cabin, don't take the knife, speak to her, conclude that we're just going to stay with her, without killing her, but without leaving, and then things get a bit spooky. Why inject unnecessary drama? Drama isn't really necessary, just staying in the cabin forever sounds terrible. Not for most gamers it doesn't. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Whenever I hear of these in science fiction and fantasy, this idea of being in some sort of time loop or something like that, where you're just trapped for an eternity or something like that, or even just like 100 years or something, but you're unaging, I always think how much work you could get done in that time. Think how many skills you could teach yourself. I'm assuming that even though you're not aging, you do retain memories and motor skills that you develop. Unfortunately, there is no internet either. Just use your imagination.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Oh, because I have an idea for exactly which bits of the game I want to see next, I'm taking a fairly direct route to them, but if you want me to stop and use any of the explore options, do let me know. And there is the corpse of the princess lying in the basement, so you're not alone. Yeah, we never found out what happened to that, did we? Whether it was still there or not. We're not going through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Oh, I should clarify for, in case anyone is watching this days, weeks or months later, that I'm often stopping to read from chat, and it's the voice of the hero in chat that has this excellent memory for all the voice lines. When I say a voice line before it appears on screen, that's not my memory. My brain holds memories like a colander holds water.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
We don't take the blade, do we?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Hello everyone who is watching later on.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm afraid I'd already reached that line of dialogue before I received before chat caught up with you on my end. So I don't think it matters what I say at this point, but hey, I think I'm here to slay you.
You must have the wrong address.
Oh yes, you're right. I'll just go to the right address.
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
I guess I'm not the fastest typer. No worries.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How can she be a threat to anyone?
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. You were joking about coming to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains?
Hang on, I just realised something. We've obviously been through one of the proper endings to the game, not the good ending, so we have a pretty good idea about what's actually going on here. But do you know what? I don't think we ever got to the bottom of what those voices actually are. Like the voice of the hero, the voice of the smitten, the voice of the stubborn, those voices. Because we know who the narrator is, based on our previous playthrough. And, you know, within this universe, they're a real individual, and we know what they're about. We know who the princess is, and we know who we are. But the narrator does seem to be able to hear the voices, implying it's not just in our head, and they're able to distinguish the voices from us, and I think from each other as well. That wasn't clear at the beginning of the game. It seemed like perhaps the narrator perceived the voices as us, but we have seen quite a lot of contradictory evidence to that since then. So, yeah, that was never actually explained. I am me, is what I am. Hold on, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
She looks so sweet and innocent. What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
It's interesting to note that there's some ambiguity as to the degree to which the narrator is actually able to control events that are happening by describing them, or if they really are just observing what's happening. Because the whole carefully formulating her words could be just his biased interpretation. It doesn't necessarily follow that, because the way it's written it implies something sinister, but there isn't necessarily anything sinister about it at all. That's actually another good point. We know exactly who the narrator is, and we know why they're motivated for us to kill the princess. To slay her, sorry. But I don't think we ever actually established why the narrator is narrating everything. Like, sure, telling us what to do, but why does he have to describe the world around us? It's pretty questionable. Just think of me as a voice. We don't really have a name, but narrator seems to distinguish us by tone.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
I didn't go with this option before because I thought it was rude, but, you know, since we want to explore the different options, let's see what happens if we actually directly ask her. So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Well, frankly, you could call us Princess if you like, but that doesn't tell us who's named what.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
That's an interesting response, especially since we know what she is as a being. Oh, but then again, when we met the creature that exists between spaces, which as far as we can tell is part of her, that whole bit was actually a bit ambiguous. Exactly, we know what she represents. She represents change in the universe, and we know that she's been severed from us. We are the being that represents constancy in the universe, and we've been put here by the narrator, but the whole, like, the creature between spaces combining with different iterations of her to create, to recombine her into a deity, that whole thing's a bit ambiguous. And so, by extension, it's a little ambiguous what she does or doesn't know at this point. It's not clear whether she's being sincere here, because what she's just said, in theory, could be sincere. She could genuinely be puzzling things out, and genuinely think, that's weird, I can't think what my name is. I must have one, but I have no memory of it whatsoever. Or it could be manipulation, we just don't know. Well, narrator is probably narrating just so we think he is someone with a higher authority than us. But we are our own person. How does that give him a higher authority than us? Isn't he, if he's narrating for us, doesn't that mean that he is serving us? He is providing a service to us and therefore is in an inferior position. Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being called Princess? We were clueless at the start too. I believe she is as well. The question is why she's a princess. Why not a queen or a witch? True. Yeah, that was another thing they never... You've hit a nail on the head there, Entor. That was another thing that I was thinking about between streams. The fact that we never actually established why the narrator decided to make her a princess of all things, because she was previously we were one being, presumably a deity, or maybe just a sort of force of nature, and then later on she becomes a deity. But why did he make her a princess of all things? Like, if the narrator's objective here was to make us want to kill her, why would he choose why would he choose to represent her in a station which we're likely to be well disposed towards? Even a queen, you could argue, I'm not saying this is necessarily true or fair, but you could argue that would make more sense, because there would be more people that would be adverse to a queen just on the grounds that they represent, some would say, oppression, whereas a princess has relatively little power. Princesses historically have largely just been, I know this isn't 100% the case, but they've largely been political tokens to be used for the benefit of the kingdoms they find themselves in. Like, why a princess? I'm not saying he has higher authority than us. I think he is just making us think he has higher authority. Yeah, but I wouldn't conclude because he's narrating that would equate to having a higher authority. If anything, that feels like that gives them a lower position to me, because they're having to do something for us. I suppose you could argue they don't have to, they're doing us a favour? Maybe? Probably because he sees it that way, one step away from ascension to the throne. Interesting. She could have been a soggy bread. And maybe because the princess seems vulnerable. Yeah, but why would he want her to seem vulnerable? Surely he would want her to seem dangerous. In fact, if the narrator just separated some sort of force of nature into two deities, what is it that makes her feminine? Was she feminine before the narrator decided that she was a princess? I mean, couldn't he have just willed her into being something that a human being is likely to be repulsed by, or threatened by, or otherwise want to dispatch? Why isn't she a rabid dog, for example? I could easily slay a soggy bread. The moment he tells you she is dangerous, you will think she is dangerous and she will be dangerous. That is a very, very good point. So why did he tell us that she's dangerous? Because that essentially gives her power. Just the act, as you've rightly pointed out, just the act of telling us that, by her nature, makes her more dangerous, which seems to work against the narrator's purposes. Surely what the narrator would have wanted to do is personify her as something that we are likely to naturally find repulsive, but also something which is pretty not very dangerous. I mean, couldn't he have just said, you need to save the world by ridding this bathroom of all this mould? There's this horrible mould which has grown in here. Here's some disinfectant. You need to clear it all. He only says it when you hesitate. That's true, but that still gives them more... That still would actually make her dangerous. He kept saying she is just a princess, and she would only be dangerous if she gets out of the cabin. But it just makes the narrator more suspicious. Yeah, I feel like there may be some explanations to this that we just don't know at this point, but as it stands right now, it seems like the narrator's not necessarily acted in his best interests here. I don't know, maybe due to a history that the narrator has that we are not privy to, maybe he just really, really hates princesses for some reason. Maybe he was jilted by a princess in his youth, or something.
Okay, that's weird.
I don't want to spoil much, but I can say there is explanatory dialogue in the game. Interesting.
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
We're going for the nightmare, aren't we? That was the plan. So I won't get the blade. What do I have to do to get the nightmare from here? I had to conclude that the best thing to do was stay with her. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
I just realised something else that I should have picked up on when I played through this the first time and I didn't know that she was some sort of divine being. And that's the fact that her clothes aren't dishevelled, and more to the point, there's no indication of any sort of, well, there's no delicate way to put this, body odour. Like, that, you know, clothes need to be washed regularly. I mean, even if you were in, shall we say, adverse circumstances and you couldn't necessarily keep clothes washed every day, you would want to keep them washed at least, you know, once a week, and they would need periodic repairing if you were wearing the same clothes day in, day out. And yet she claims to have been down here so long that she doesn't remember her own name, which I would suggest mean that she would have had to have been locked down here when she was still a very young child. And she would have grown since then. Anyway, this is all moot, because we know the explanation to that. That, at least at this point.
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
I really feel bad for her. I wasn't kidding when I said I was sent here to kill you. You're apparently going to end the world.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to?
She's very well spoken for someone that's been locked down here for so long that she doesn't even know her own name.
We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Yeah, one, that's quite a biased way of thinking, and two, she's not even a monarch. Actually, no, this is another point I didn't pick up on the first time I played, and, you know, before we knew what she actually was. Strictly speaking, I think you could be a princess and a monarch. I don't know of any historic examples of that, but there is such a thing as being a crown prince, which is the ruler of a principality. So that's not you're the male offspring of the king or a king. You are the head of the monarchy of a principality, and I mean, because there tended to be quite a male bias in most parts of the West at that period. Well, the world in general, frankly, but in particular the West I'm thinking of. I can't think of any crown princesses, whereas I can think of queens that were monarchs. But in principle, I suppose you could have a crown princess. Princess Leia. Oh, I didn't know Princess Leia was actually a crown princess. I'd assumed that she'd never... She was actually a princess and never inherited the title of queen for whatever reason. Princess Amidala? I'm incredibly confused. This was somehow democratically... Who was somehow democratically elected princess and head of the planet. I mean, isn't that just basically a prime minister or president, depending upon exactly what powers they have, but you happen to call them a princess? Actually, fun fact, the Anglo-Saxons, so that was the Anglo-Saxons were a Germanic group of people that moved into England after the Romans left, and that's actually where the name England comes from. England is a corruption of Angleland. The Anglo-Saxons, if I recall correctly, had a system whereby they elected the next king. Now, this wasn't an election that anybody could vote in. It would only be like the most powerful... what would they have been? They would have been the... I think they would have been Jarls, if I recall correctly. I think that was the highest nobility in the Anglo-Saxon system. That's where we get the word Earl from. I believe they would then vote on who the next king would be, and usually often it would be the eldest son of the previous king, but it didn't have to be, and sometimes wasn't. You know, they were just a likely candidate. So there are systems that have really existed that work like that. No idea, George Lucas didn't think that one through. Anyway, we've gone a bit off topic. My point is, I hadn't actually considered it before, but strictly speaking, she could be a crown princess, I suppose. Although I'm not, as I say, in real life, I don't know whether that's actually happened ever. Right, so we're going for the nightmare, aren't we? Where is it? I must have missed it. I think it's this one. I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
They do a very good job of the facial expressions in this, don't they?
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Do you know how to make her a goddess? I would like to see that one. You mean the ending of the game that we did last time? She sounds serious. Oh no, sorry, I must have misunderstood. I think you were asking voice of the hero though, weren't you? Lock her in the basement, as you do.
I know you think this is some kind of fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one has to die.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way back to the stairs.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
I may be misremembering. Isn't there a Japanese yokai which becomes whatever you fear it is, or something like that? I don't remember the exact details, I'm a bit hazy, but I think there was because the way my mind leapt to that is the fact that the princess is trying to intimidate us, and because we know from previous playthroughs what her nature is, by threatening us, she is herself giving herself more abilities, provided we believe or at least provided we don't completely disbelieve the things she's saying. As long as we give some credulity to what she's saying, she is becoming more capable. And yeah, I've got a feeling there was actually a Japanese yokai based on that idea. I could be wrong. Robert doesn't know what to do at the moment anyway. Charming. But is he already past the point of doing so? Or guide him to one of the more interesting endings, or one that you like? I mean, most endings are interesting for one reason or another. Well, my current plan is once we hit chapter 2, I'm going to save anyway. And I'm just going to try and have a save at the start of each chapter. But I'm not going to bother with a save at the start of chapter 1, because we can always start a new game. So my point is, if we wanted to go back and... because this is my second... well, technically my third playthrough, I'm not so worried about using save states and so on to discover new things. Because at some point we're going to have to do that anyway. Or rather, if we didn't do that, if I insisted upon not using save states, yes, we could see everything, but we'd be watching a lot of the same stuff over and over again for no reason.
Either way, she dropped the mask, didn't she? You can still grab the blade and get back down here.
Oh, incidentally, I was thinking about how it is that we would have... You know the... oh, I've forgotten the name of it again. Was it The Witch? Where we betrayed the princess? It was when I was... It was a previous playthrough, that is a week ago, when I was trying to get the Smitten a second time round, but of course that's not possible. And we ended up like betraying her at the last moment. I think we ended up on The Witch. I was thinking... I think it was Hero that pointed out to me that it is actually possible to get the Smitten again from The Witch. And I was trying to figure out how to do that. And I remember, first of all, we agreed to go up the stairs first. And then she just attacked us from behind, didn't she? And then after that, there was a conversation where... one of the voices in our head, I've forgotten which one, pointed out that... I think it was actually Voice of the Hero, pointed out that if we'd let her go up first, she'd have just grabbed the knife at the top of the stairs. And so I was actually thinking, if we wanted to take that playthrough further, I wonder if what we would have had to have done is grab the knife when we're at the top of the stairs, but then not use it? Anyway, I'm conjecturing about stuff that's quite a ways in the future. No, we're sticking to the plan and locking her away.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. We'll do it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Oh, I've just realised something else. She is whatever we think she is, or at least within certain parameters, isn't she? Well, that implies that even though, as far as we can tell, the player character doesn't have a memory before the cabin, so far as we know, he must have preconceptions about what the world is. Or else, if their mind was a complete blank slate, then presumably none of this could exist. I agreed in going up the stairs, but that doesn't necessarily give you the voice of the smitten. Just think of what voice of the smitten will do and you'll get it. I'll bear that in mind when we get to that point.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Oh, we've got a bit of reverb.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
She sounds terrifying indeed. Oh, foreshadowing.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
So my choices are, threaten me all you want, all it does is ease my guilty conscience, or, so all of you, that was just an act, wasn't it? Oh sorry, so all of that was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless, you're not even a princess, you're a monster! Or ignore her and go to sleep. I think it was ignore her and go to sleep I chose before.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it.
Every time there's a bang, just imagine a sheep jumping over a fence, and you'll soon drift off to sleep. Maybe the sheep's hooves are just clipping the top of the fence, that's all it is.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Just ignore her. If we keep ignoring her, If we keep ignoring her, it will get our mind. I assume you mean that it will keep her out of mind. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle it up against the wall.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
I'm a bit sleepy, my grammar is pretty bad. That's alright.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth.
Do you?
Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
Couldn't you just tell us something that immediately makes her seem less threatening? Like, oh look, she's a ghost. Clearly she's already dead. She can't harm you now. If she tried to touch you, her hands would just go straight through you. Why is the narrator letting this happen? Whose side is he on?
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
Sure.
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Kind of a shame that we are paralysed actually. It'd be really interesting to know if she is corporeal right now, because we can intermittently see through her.
Or maybe I
can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
I don't have the best mind for survival, do I? Organs shutting down. I'm thinking, I wonder what would happen if I did this. If she's a ghost, then it would be impossible to slay her, but I'd appreciate it if he eased her up, if she's less scary. Perhaps we could turn undead her? Yeah, so the narrator could have said she's a ghost. Oh, you suddenly remembered your paladin training.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
Yeah, and that probably is accurate, isn't it? If your heart suddenly stopped pumping, you probably, I would guess you would only have a few seconds before you lost consciousness. I mean, aside from the fact that you wouldn't be getting fresh oxygen to the brain, your blood pressure would drop as well.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
Nope.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
I would probably have objections, but ultimately be gaslit into believing we have paladin training. The nightmare. So my objective here is I want to see...
You're on a path in the woods.
Hold on, I'll save
here. At the
here.
end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So my objective here... Oh, we have plenty of save slots, don't we? Goodness me. What does A and Q mean? Oh, automatic saves. They're all from today, so presumably it's overwritten any you had before. Quick saves. Oh, apparently I made a quick save last week and didn't even know. Does it? No. I don't know why I was curious if it goes over 9, but I mean that's enough, isn't it? 6 times 9, that's going to be 54 just ordinary saves we have access to. That should be enough. Oh, I don't get to choose the name though. I don't like that. Can I like right click? No. That's okay. I'm actually going to have to like start a list then. Otherwise I won't know which save is which. So the nightmare, which of course I immediately misspelled. I spelt it like the game show. The nightmare. Noted. Alright, as long as I don't overwrite that, we're good. What was I thinking? So my objective here is to try and do whatever it takes so that we prolong this. Oh no, wait, I did get further than this before, didn't I? I successfully reached chapter 3, I think, last time, and then I cancelled it. A is autosave, Q is quick save. I could almost imagine you thinking about, organ shutting. While being slain by the princess.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Actually, that reminds me of something. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Just a second. I have actually... There it is. Got it. So there's this webcomic called XKCD. This is one of the comics. One of the issues. So, man pulls a lever, hits by lightning, and then there's there's arrows going in two different directions. Normal person, I guess I shouldn't do that. Scientist, I wonder if that happens every time. Now, I have actually had, not quite so dramatically, but I have actually had similar things happen to me in real life, where I've like done something that's painful and shouldn't be painful, and my first reaction is, I wonder if that does happen every time. And immediately proceed to do it again. Narrator doesn't seem to remember anything, huh? No. But I don't think discussing any of this will help us progress to the sections we haven't seen yet. Again, if you want me to stop and try any of the explore options, do let me know. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Why are we slaying the innocent princess? Well, so far the only slaying that's happened is of us by the princess. Are you familiar with this game? Chris? Oh, you're not. So I will point out that I've already done a stream of this before. I've got one of the game's endings. This game has multiple endings. So this, as I'm playing it now, there's going to be quite a few spoilers, because I already know what's going on. But suffice to say, why are we killing the princess if you were playing this game for the first time blind, is one of the questions you would be asking yourself. That is like one of the first mysteries that is put before you. You're asked to kill this woman, and you're thinking, but why? Under whose authority? And that's one of the things you have to figure out. It's okay, spoil it for me. Well, I won't completely spoil it for you yet, but I won't be too worried if I happen to say things that give away what's going on. What I will say is that depending upon the choices you make, what she is and what she is capable of varies, and we have just followed one of the paths which leads her to being this horrible ghost-like creature that can slay you very easily. And in my previous playthrough of this game, I only made it, or I only completed, so the different paths have chapter numbers associated with them. So there's one chapter 1, then there's multiple chapter 2s, and there's multiple chapter 3s. And I haven't seen chapter 3 following this path because of the choices I made in the previous playthrough. It just ended at chapter 2. So my current objective is to get to see the stuff that I didn't see last time in chapter 3 of this path. Morality is an artificial social construct. In nature, there is no morality. I don't think that's entirely true. I do think it's fair to say that there is no absolute morality, in the sense that I don't believe in in natural law or anything like that. Natural law is an idea that is associated with the ancient Greeks, the idea that nature itself has inherent right and wrong. Or the universe has inherent right and wrong, and you can just know if something's right or wrong. I don't believe in that, but I think the idea that morality is also completely arbitrary and in no way based in evolutionary history or anything like that is going too far the other way. I think things like "thou shalt not murder" is quite a natural concept. Even though we may make exceptions, like in self-defense, that sort of thing. I mean, you could quibble and say, well, then that's not murder, that's just homicide. There's a difference between murder and homicide, but, you know, then you're just arguing semantics. She's a witch. Where were we? She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a single word she says.
I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least, she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
Oh yeah, we're hearing voices, and the number of voices we hear increases depending upon which chapter we're in. One of the strategies we also employ is to talk so much that the princess might die of old age or get bored to death.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
So the voice of the paranoid is a new one. We didn't have that in the previous chapter. Proceed into the cabin. How are you today, Chris?
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Wonderful news.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? It's just an empty frame. She's already got out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
Oh yeah, at the start of each chapter you see it seems like you reset because you end up like outside the cabin again and you can enter the cabin again, but as you'll discover, things aren't exactly the same as they were before. So the point they're making here is, when we went into the cabin the first time, there was a door there between us and the basement. Where's that door gone?
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out, but if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
This is a visual novel. I would point out visual novels are actually a very large genre with a lot of significant subgenres. This is a visual novel which has multiple branching paths. Not all visual novels have that.
So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
There is actually a proper name for the subgenre of visual novels that have multiple branching paths, but I've forgotten what it is, I'm afraid. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there.
Oh yeah, there are eyes. As you can see, that's also changed. They weren't there before, these weird figures looking at us. And that mirror wasn't there before.
What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Yep, well, that's due to the choices that we've made so far. It's not always like this. And it's also Western. Most visual novels are Japanese. Visual novels, I think, became popularized in the West via Japan. I don't know if it's still true that most are produced in Japan, though, because... where is it? I know that there's a lot of Russian visual novels produced now. I think there's a lot coming out of the States as well. The United States of America, I mean. But yeah, you're right. Japan is definitely one of, if not the largest market in visual novels.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Oh, blimey. You finished The Witness. That must have taken some doing. I didn't like the ending. Now, as I recall, when I did The Witness, that was a while ago, I believe there was, like, essentially, there's, like, an ending. In fact, I'll just spoil this slightly. I'll say it involves an elevator. But then there's, like, another ending if you keep going, if I recall correctly. It took 2 streams, so, like, 5 hours. Okay. I don't want to, oh yes, I didn't like that mountain ending. Well, there's also the one with the developer commentary, isn't there? Did you see that? It's up to you whether you want to check out the other endings. I would say that it's definitely a game which is more about the experience and not so much the destination, if that makes sense. There isn't like a fantastic payoff at the end, but the puzzles are reasonably well crafted, and if you like just pottering around in a beautiful world figuring things out, then it's well worth the investment in time. But if you've played quite a lot of the game already and you're just not gelling with it, then that's a different matter. So yeah, what I would say is, if what you're looking for is a single really satisfying ending, then you're probably not going to get it. But if you're enjoying the game anyway, then it probably is worth carrying on. I was kind of disappointed. After so much struggle I've been through, all I get is just a float around the map. Yeah. There is more to the game than just that, I can confirm. But again, there isn't like a really satisfying conclusion either. I'm trying to think. No, it's been too long since I've played the game to give more direct a hint. Maybe we'll go for 100%. I stopped when I had done everything except a certain type of landscape puzzle. I don't want to say anything more than that, not to spoil anything, but there's a, as I will call it, landscape puzzle. I didn't bother doing them because there would have been a lot of them. But I did get I did get to see quite a bit more of the game world, and you know, notionally what was going on during my playthrough than I believe you've seen up to this point. But again, no really satisfying conclusion at the end. Where were we? Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Yep, that's our hand. That's our arm. A forearm, at least.
Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Enter the basement. I don't think we took the blade before.
Oh, we should have taken the knife. I don't think going down there unarmed is going to do us any favours.
Well, given what we know she's capable of right now, I'm not sure the knife would be any help anyway.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness.
Look at all the eyes blinking.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
What a beautiful voice she has.
Come back? She must have you confused with someone else.
Oh yeah, the narrator doesn't remember what happened last time, so he's confused.
You really don't remember, do you? It doesn't matter, we need a game plan. We know we can't just go down there unprepared.
I'm going to talk to her, or we don't need a plan, I'm just going to kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why you're all being such pessimists right now. Or step off into the void between the stairs, or continue down the stairs in silence.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
More eyes. Eyes in the distance.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
Right, last time I think we just stood here.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Do nothing.
You decide it's best to do nothing.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow.
What is it? Heart, lungs, liver, nerves?
This is it, isn't it?
It's almost like you want me to get you.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath. Nerves,
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
liver,
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead.
liver.
Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Liver. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. And how are we supposed to do that? We don't have a weapon. The way out of here is nowhere to be seen. That isn't my fault. Doesn't matter whose fault it is, because fighting her isn't an option right now. Then you should get looking, shouldn't you?
So what are my choices? Why won't you finish me off? What could I add to you alive? What do you want from me? What happened after you killed me last time? Or I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. I can't just leave. I can't just let you leave. Or you're a lunatic, you know that, right? Or if you want to work together, can you at least turn off the whole organ shutting down situation? Or how about I just kill you instead? Or we don't have to be enemies. We can work together. We can be friends even. Or I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave, and I'm not going to try and kill you, so do your worst. Or remain with your nightmare. Or okay, let's get out of here. Or fine, you win. I'll let you leave. Yeah, remain with the nightmare. I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave, and I'm not going to try and kill you. So do your worst.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you.
I don't know what part of our behaviour makes her think that we're a coward, unless she is just saying that for the sake of saying that.
Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken.
Oh dear.
No.
Let me out.
No.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
No.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Interesting that it's taking the form of the princess.
Let me out.
No.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out.
No.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
No.
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
Oh dear.
You can't keep going? Well, what are you talking about?
But he doesn't respond.
Oops, I think I broke you.
Why would you consider the narrator to be part of us? Or if you're mistaken, what is it that's led you to conflate the narrator with us?
I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Your body is dead, but you live on. Chapter 3. Oh, chapter goodness knows what. The Moment of Clarity. So this must have been the one that I cancelled
You're
before.
on a path in the... Shit! What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
Right. So, the Moment of Clarity. Just adding it to my list. 5:37.
There was a princess, I think. It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember.
Interesting. Voice of the Broken.
You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you?
Yep.
I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left. We have to let her out.
No.
No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything.
Oh, we've also got the voice of the opportunist. Oh yeah, this is when I learnt about all the different voices, wasn't it? It wasn't following the... It wasn't walking away from the cabin that revealed all the voices to me. It was this section of the game.
No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever. I think. We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart?
Did we ever find out what other path is associated with the voice of the cold? I'm not sure we did.
We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere. There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything. We love her, so we have to set her free. Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love. Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us.
Voice of the cheated.
This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
I think they're all wrong. Oh, that's a good question. How many times have we all been here? Or if we don't go to the cabin, can you make sense of them? Oh, I feel so disjointed. I don't know if I can pull this off. I don't know if I can slay her or proceed to the cabin, or the only way is to do nothing. Say nothing. So nothing I will do. That's a good question. How many times have we all been here?
Many times. It feels like we've been here forever. But it also feels like we've barely been here at all. It doesn't matter. Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
But that doesn't make sense. I only remember being here twice before, and some of you don't remember being here at all. Was I here those other times? Did someone else make the decisions?
What does here even mean, if you really think about it?
Slaughter the daughter. Hello, Rockster Rat. It's lovely to see you. How are you today?
Shut up. You were here. Every single time. You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order. And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
Oh, voice of the smitten.
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
Oh, what if we don't go to the cabin? That must have been the choice I picked before. Can you make sense of them?
There's nothing worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized. And yet, you aren't. We break apart, and you stay the same. Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't?
Voice of the cheated. Proceed to the cabin. So this is, I think, where we deviate from how I played it last time.
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward.
Are you doing well today, Rockster Rat?
But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill.
Doing good. Today was a day I felt fine with. School and around. How about you? I'm doing quite well, thank you for asking. Glad you've had a good day. Oh. You were right. Going back to, I think the last stream we spoke in, when I was doing one of my RimWorld streams, I think you pointed out to me that my audio was the game audio was a bit too loud. You were right. I had actually tested the game audio levels before I played and got them to the level that I wanted, and then I had forgotten the fact that I had turned my mic down a bit because I was peaking. So that was why. You were absolutely right. You were doing 3D printing, if I recall correctly. Is that right? It could plausibly be me who pointed it out. Was it a June popcorn lid? Oh, not me. Oh, not me. Oh, your colleague. So, oh, sorry, I must be getting confused. I'm very sorry.
No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there. Don't ask him about the mirror.
Yep, my fault. I'm sorry.
He always says he never sees it. He always lies. And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do. She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's...
Oops, I skipped a bit of that. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose. That's an odd comment. Oh, are you familiar with this game by any chance, Rockstrat? Do you know what's going on? And what's wrong with giving them space? What if it helps them? What if they need to be heard?
They've been heard too much. It's why they are the way they are.
Oh, you don't? Well, I'm afraid there's spoilers ahead. So, this game begins with you waking up in a perfectly normal woods, and you hear a voice called the narrator who tells you need to walk up the hill, walk into a cabin, and slay a princess. And of course your first reaction is probably going to be, why should I do that? Who are you? What authority do you have to order me to kill someone, etc, etc. And then depending upon the choices you make, the game will become rather different. It will follow different paths. I've chosen a particular path this time that makes the game like even more of a horror game than it would otherwise be. This is actually content that I've not seen yet. So I completed the game once last Monday, so I know quite a lot about what's going on. But there's so many different paths you could follow. I've still only seen a small fraction of what the game has to offer. And so this is me going back and trying different things, going for a different ending. Yeah, it's quite a creative game.
Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving. Or you could just give up.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin. The cabin that isn't there. You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces. She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
Actually, based on the things that we do know, it would be surprising if she was inside the mirror.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it. Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
Proceed.
Proceed? Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific.
Oh, interesting. So, we don't actually do things in the world then. We just describe what we're going to do and then the narrator narrates it? That's interesting, and I don't think that had been fully established before.
That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them. And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see? We're one step closer to her. The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure they're in. Wrong and unsettling as it may be.
I'm not sure if I asked, what was it you were studying, Rockster at, if you don't mind my asking?
The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right.
I might actually take the blade this time.
Take it. It's the only way forward.
Let's follow the voice of the cold. The voice of the cold seems to know what they're about. Take the blade. You have to take the blade. My other choices that are grayed out. It's the only way forward. You've already tried everything else. Don't you remember? I wonder if there is actually a functional difference between these two. You have to take the blade.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth.
Neuroevolution of control, artificial intelligence. Blimey. I have some familiarity with the concept of AI. What's neuroevolution of control? Neuroevolution, I assume, would be using evolutionary algorithms to develop neural nets or something like that. But what does the of control bit mean?
You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep. Deep in the bowels of the earth. You see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread.
There she is.
It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
You really are a coward.
Why? Because I tried to grab the knife?
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
Blinks closer? Do you mean she's actually blinking and she then suddenly appears closer? Or is that just a... Or are we the one that's blinking? Or is that just a metaphor for how she moves? Yes, to train them, as we call it. Control comes from cybernetics. We use the neural network as a regulator for a system. So do you mean that you have an existing system and you're just using the neural net to make decisions? So the sort of thing that if you weren't using neural nets, you might have, for example, a decision tree to do with multiple states. Obviously neural nets work a bit differently to that.
Joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
Joking? Sorry, maybe I missed the context. Joking when she said what? That we're a coward?
Closer.
Oh dear, that's more than the normal number of limbs.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could knock you.
Yes, either a simulation system or even, if one dares, a real system as well. Goodness. Interesting.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
Oh yeah, we did say we were going to do that, didn't we?
Closer.
So she was joking when she called us a coward, I suppose. Or That's the implication.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything.
Oh, I get it now. We said we were going to watch over her forever, but she needs our help to leave, and so her solution to that was to make things so unpleasant for us that we'd want to let her leave. So she's actually behaved very rationally. This makes perfect sense.
Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back.
Have you?
All that's left is for you to take me away and let me out.
No.
It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too. A witness.
Indeed.
I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything.
Skynet, please control these nuclear weapons for me. I can even make your little cage if you want. Gilded and everything.
Now don't pause. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need. And you lost your power so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
If you had taken my power to make decisions long ago, then why didn't you force me to let you leave a long time ago? I don't think... I think you're bluffing again.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
Mhm. Oh, I really don't have a choice. So you're just an object, a tool. You once was something else a long time ago. That was something you. But was that something you, or is it just a dull and jaded memory? There's no other ending here. Just take her hand and set her free. Maybe this is what the pristine cut will add. Other options here. Apparently I really don't have a choice, so I will just have to take her hand. This is probably one of the worst endings we've come across yet. I don't think this is strictly speaking an ending. I assume we will be shoved right back to the start of chapter 1. But you know what I mean.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you.
Charming.
The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
You know, I'm still thinking about why a princess. There's a real-world explanation from the developers, but I think a princess is also a metaphor for a person of importance but without power. That's true.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
Ooh, those are some well-placed gloves. Because if you actually look at it, if she had an arm, it could be in either of those two positions. You know, it actually looks like either one could be atomically correct, depending upon what the invisible arm is actually doing. Actually, to be fair, that would make her upper arm a bit too long there, wouldn't it?
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
Oh, is she about to be taken by the creature that exists between spaces? The princess, exhausted, slumps.
Why is it so cold?
Yep. Oh, so this would have happened anyway. I didn't have to get inside the mirror. 4D Princess by Picasso. You do not have an opportunity to respond. Something has taken her away and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost.
I imagine the voice of the Smitten's not going to be happy.
That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here. Finally, we can smash it.
I wonder if that is an option. I suspect not.
Oh, you Stop with the smashing.
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves?
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Funny that they would all say that when, as we would know, the mirror isn't very much good for the voices. I will say this, major spoilers coming up. Those voices sound bad in a way, like it feels like schizophrenia. Yeah, the voices so far haven't been fully explained, even though I've completed the game once. I don't know that there aren't other endings or other dialogue you can come across that would explain them better. There might be. I would say it's particularly bad right now because of the choices I made. We ended up being tortured by that iteration of the princess for, well, we don't know exactly how long, but many, many lives. You know, we're talking hundreds of years at least, and that seemed to produce lots and lots of voices, whereas normally there would only be a few, and they'd be a little bit more coherent. But anyway, approach the mirror. Although you could argue that any voices is a bad sign. You step towards the mirror. It holds the truth that you must witness.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet.
The narrator is more than enough.
The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep.
I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here. Boys, it's been an honor.
Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. The mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You're alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. So yeah, really major spoilers coming up. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I'm a person.
A person, a set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person.
Knowing what we know from the previous playthrough, that's actually pretty spot on.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is filled with sadness. A doll, abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She desires only companionship, but the only thing she knows is how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart.
Oh, are you the princess? That's a good question. Based on what I know, I would say... Actually, do you want me to spoil any more? Oh, if it's a spoiler free... Oh, sorry, if it's a spoiler, feel free to delete that message. No, it's alright. I'm more worried about spoiling you in case you ever want to play this game.
Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home.
I'm okay with spoilers myself. I would say that no, we're not the princess, but we are related to her. based on what I know at this point. I won't read all of these options. Next ending I want to go for is the Adversary, and in particular I want to find out what Chapter 3 would have looked like. The Adversary was another one where I reached Chapter 2 and then I ended up completing it earlier than I could have done. So I want to make a choice that leads to that particular iteration of the princess continuing on to Chapter 3. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
That's actually an interesting way to phrase it, because that almost suggests that there's a Venn diagram with the princess being one of the circles, her being another circle, and there being an overlap, but them also being distinct. I'm not sure that is actually what they're trying to describe here, but that's what it sounds like. But were you always a princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Well, chronology matters. Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Oh, you are not me. Blimey.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Actually, that's very interesting that she would say that, because based on what we know from the other playthrough, that's also a very apt point. We do actually have to believe she has that ability for it to work, I believe.
Bring me more
Or is my understanding.
so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
How many more pieces of you do I need to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
What that's basically telling us is that we don't have to find all the iterations of the princess. If we find enough of them, then she'll collapse like a singularity, and all the other iterations will be drawn towards her without us having to specifically bring them. Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
I will.
You won't.
Oh. But I will. It's true to say I will forget now, but don't we gain our memory back every time we go to the Long Quiet? Anyway. I'm back home now. I hope everything is going well. Oh, scattered vessel. Bring the moment of clarity to her.
You're on a path
Welcome back, Jenny.
in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right, so it's actually reset to the start of Chapter 1 now. This is what the game would normally look like when you first start the game. And I'm going to go for the Adversary, which I believe means I have to get the dagger, and I need to challenge her to combat, essentially.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So we'll just head there. Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I wouldn't say no horrors, but not like we're watching a Japanese horror movie, if that makes sense.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
So when you first start the game, you have two voices. You have the narrator and the voice of the hero, and that's it.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin. I'm not too familiar with Japanese horror movies.
Entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
To be fair, I'm not particularly familiar with Japanese horror movies either. I was just thinking that that particular iteration of the princess reminds me of things like, is it Ringu, they call her? From the film The Ring, which I've never actually seen, but I have seen referenced a lot. She seems very reminiscent of that to me, so that's what I was getting at. So what I mean is there may be gore going ahead and stuff like that, but it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be quite so supernatural.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
The wrinkle is called Sadako. Thank you. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
I mean, this is dialogue that you would actually see when you first start playing this game initially, and of course you start... The immediate thing that will come to your mind is why is he telling us that killing her will be doing her a favour? Because it doesn't seem to me that killing someone will be doing them a favour. You know, he says about the smell of rot filtering from the ancient wood, but again, why don't we just let her go? The English version calls her Samara. Interesting.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
The princess's voice will change depending upon the decisions you make. You'll notice that she's got quite a confident, deeper voice this time. That's because I took the knife. She ends up as she takes on a bit more of a tomboyish persona, I suppose, in preparation for the confrontation that's about to take place. She sounds like Laura Croft.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
The next princess we're about to see might be my favourite princess of all. Although, then again, I haven't seen them all. I've only seen a handful of them. But I'm excited to see, if I can manage to make the right decisions, I'm excited to see what Chapter 3 will look like. So, again, I've not seen all of this game. But what it seems like is that Chapter 1 is always Chapter 1. Depending upon the decisions you make before you enter the basement, it may make some slight variations on the princess, but the variations it will make will be just the tone of her voice and her body language, that sort of thing. It won't be too dramatic. Once you enter Chapter 2 and you've locked in a bunch of decisions, then she'll change more. She will become to embody some of the decisions you made, and that will physically manifest itself, like we saw with the nightmare prior to that. But then Chapter 3 takes it up to 11. But it seems like it's possible to complete any given pathway in Chapter 2. And so last time I played this game, I got to Chapter 2 of the so-called adversary, and I liked that iteration of her, but then I actually finished it there, so I never got to see what like the ultimate evolution of the adversary was. That's what I'm hoping to see. Tomboys, nice. Decisions.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, wait, which one? Yeah. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
I'm about to be admonished for giving away the element of surprise.
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Thank you.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
No. Yeah, it wasn't a joke.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
Oh, look at those puppy dog eyes.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
So I remember that to get the adversary, we do have to get into combat with her, but we don't... I'm pretty sure we don't drop the knife. So I'm gonna have to pick the... I'm gonna have to make the decisions carefully to make sure we do end up in what is essentially a fair fight. Because as we know, there is a danger that we attack her and then... But we attack her too quickly and then she just dies immediately.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Right, I think this is the choice. I think I have to hesitate, which may mean just talking to her. What if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us?
You go into this expecting to die. You're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Fine, then I guess we're at an impasse. Squint at the princess while holding onto the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
Squint at the princess even harder. I don't think this is actually helping us get the adversary, but it is funny.
You squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
Hold on, just to save us having to... go back here the long way in case I make the wrong decision here. I'll just make a save. I'm hoping if I click Slay the Princess here, she will actually fight back. Because as we know, depending upon your choices up to this point, it is possible to just kill her outright.
You charge the
Good.
princess blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
I can hide the UI, can't I? Yeah. She doesn't look, she doesn't look quite, as shaken as you might expect, does she?
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Was this what happened before? I thought she broke our jaw before.
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity.
I can't be sure. I may have actually stumbled across a different pathway here. When the time I did this before and I got the adversary, it was a draw.
You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
Oh no, we disappointed her.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Did we get the adversary, or is this a different one? The tower! This is a different one. Okay, we'll have to try for the adversary next
You're
time.
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right, let me create a save for this. So, this is the tower. I'm writing down in my notes which chapter each of the saves is associated with. This is so that in the future, when I want to go through and discover all the other things that I haven't seen, I can just use this, I can use those saves to jump about instead of having to start a new game.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So what are we going to end up with this time? If it's not a draw, if it ended in combat and she thoroughly beat us, is she going to be some sort of dominatrix or something? How's this going to work? Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Give her a candy. You mean to, as an apology, just turn up with like a box of chocolates and some flowers?
We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
Voice of the Broken. So the funny thing about the ending with all the voices is that you previously saw is particularly special so far as I'm aware, because you get so many voices. Usually in chapter 2 you get the narrator, voice of the hero, and one other. Apparently this pathway is associated with Voice of the Broken.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Knuckleheads, interesting. I thought knucklehead would refer to someone that's, well, you know, got punching on the brain and not necessarily, shall we say, not necessarily a high academic achiever. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Oh no. Just means someone that's a fool. Why knucklehead then? Doesn't give an etymology. Proceed into the cabin.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
Sorry, I'll be seeing you another time. Good to see you today. It was good to see you too. Have a great rest of your day.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
So everything's out of proportion. I'm guessing she's going to be a giant as well. Also, doesn't see the mirror.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small?
Oh, tower, because everything's towering above us, I assume.
We don't feel small. We are small.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice.
Oh no, I was more right than I thought I was gonna be, aren't I? This is gonna get weird.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Yep.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
This music, though.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Continue down the stairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
Temple, you say? So this is a place of worship.
The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
She can probably just snap that.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
Then why is it there in the first place?
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity.
Note that she appears to be levitating.
Drop it.
I want this to go to chapter 3, so let's see what happens. Yeah, let's make a save, just in case. Drop it.
The blade slips from your fingers and clatters uselessly to the floor.
This is one of the vessels I like most.
We didn't have to do that. And yet you did. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
But they are in her presence, aren't they?
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
I assume generally following the instructions of or following the sentiment of the voice that's been added in any given chapter is most likely to lead you to the following chapter. Too bad the smitten isn't here. That's a good point. I wonder if there's a decision that can actually lead to us having the smitten in whatever chapter 3 is gonna be.
Kneel.
Perhaps we should do whatever the smitten would do. Kneel.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
Oh, I enjoyed that little drop animation with the sound effect.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death?
Beyond the empty halls of death. That's an interesting quote. In fact, that's so interesting, I might write that down. In terms of... because we don't actually know everything. Even though we've completed the game once before, we don't actually know everything that's going on in this world. I may be overthinking things as I normally do, but that does seem like an interesting remark. Just trying to find a suitable page. That'll do. So, what draws you back here? Beyond the empty halls of death.
Speak.
The last time we met,
The narrator's realising.
nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I trust to deal with her. And you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then. And there's nothing we can do to stop her now. He's being melodramatic, but yeah, we've been here before and she absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her?
I love Voice of the Hero. He just seems so... He just seems like your mate, doesn't he? He's not particularly remarkable in any regard, but you know, he's generally got your back. He just seems like a perfectly ordinary fellow plunged into some very extraordinary circumstances.
That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
You're supposed to end the world.
You weak-willed buffoon.
Is that so?
The princess closes her eyes in contemplation.
Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart. It feels like a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
Oh wow, it does sound like it's actually awoken some dormant memories in her.
It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird,
will help me seize it.
I can't let you out of here because that will lead to a premature end. You'll just get taken by the creature that exists between spaces.
She's inevitable. There's nothing else for us to do but help her. Maybe she'll be nice to us.
What are my choices? What would you have me do? What do you have planned? Or just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can do whatever you can be whatever you want to be. Or I have questions for you before you decide to do anything. Or what happened to you after I died? Or I'm not going to help you end the world. I don't care if something new comes after. I just can't let you do that. Or I'm yours to command. Pledge yourself to her. I kind of want to do that just to see what would happen. Because the game does seem to be making a distinction between pledging yourself and helping her. At least the narrator did previously. He said that they're tantamount to the same thing, which implies they're not the same thing. And we do have a save, don't we? Yeah, actually that save's in a fine place. Let's pledge ourselves to her and see how it goes.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me.
Oh, this is interesting.
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
I imagine the narrator's getting rather nervous right now.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you?
Oh dear.
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
Blimey.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Oh my. Oh dear.
Rise, my little bird.
Okay. My having a bit of fun here may have gone a little too far. I'm starting to feel like I'm not actually in control anymore.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Oh dear. Yeah. I may have chosen poorly.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade. All you need to do is believe it's been done.
She's using the narrator to create new impressions of... The narrator obviously has stressed before that what we believe she is capable of is what she will be capable of, but now she's using the narrator to essentially extend her own abilities via us. Break her chains.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
I noticed the timing on the voice acting there. The two different voice actors did do a good job of saying different things in time. What happens now?
Nothing. And then, everything.
Take a hand. Your obedient servant, pledge your loyalty to your better. Right, we are going to go back here because I want to see chapter 3. You do not take a hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's gone.
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
I'll approach the mirror to see if we get any more special dialogue.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. I don't want to look at us.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Right, let's reload. How do I do that? Is that how I do it? No? How do I reload? Load. Is that definitely going to do it? That should do it. Yes. I want to see chapter 3. I want to see where this would go. So tighten your grip. So this is back when we first arrived here and you ordered us to drop it and we didn't. Tighten your grip.
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp.
Oh.
It clatters uselessly to the floor. But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us?
I want to reload because I want to see the... I want to see what chapter 3 would have been. I want to see what she would evolve into. If we kept this going a little longer.
I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it.
Do you have such a duty?
She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
If in future you don't want me to reload, let me know. I mean, I could just not.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Neil.
No.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed.
Obviously, I wouldn't normally reload on a first playthrough. I would just live with the consequences of my decisions, but I am trying to see as much content as I can this time.
What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met, nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I'd trust to deal with her.
Then you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then. And there's nothing we can do to stop her now.
He's being melodramatic, but yeah, we've been here before and she absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
Remain silent.
Do you think holding shut your beak is enough to stop me from prying it open? Do you think your skull can save your thoughts from being seen?
Oh, is she going to gain telepathic powers? This is a concerning development.
You're less broken than I thought. Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters.
Oh dear.
Pick up that needle.
Is she going to force us to commit suicide with a needle?
Do it. It's what she wants. No objections here.
Wait, what?
Don't know what she's planning, and I don't like
Oh.
that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade.
She's being demeaning towards the blade. It's not actually a needle. I thought she was going to use some sort of force mind control to make us commit suicide with a needle, which sounds excruciating.
As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Explore why. What are you going to try and make me do with it? Or Explore, I'm going to kill you. Or, explore, you're not kidding about that divine hand. Who's doing this? Is it her? Is it you? Or no, or pick up the blade. Oh, I'd speculated about these grayed out options before, because it seems like when we complete a given pathway in the game just removes the dialogue options for us to follow the same pathway again. It doesn't grey them out. Maybe these grey options are where the developers intend to add new content in the future. Maybe this is what the pristine cut is going to add. Pick up the blade.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad.
Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
I hate you so much, all of you. Or stop making me do things, or I'm going to kneel here forever. Or stand. Oh no, it's not.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To define me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance.
Interesting.
Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
Ah, it is forced suicide.
What?
I think you made decisions before the chapter that resulted in those other options being greyed out, like the voices you have depend on the decisions you made. Oh, I see.
You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
I'm pretty sure you could have gotten the smitten here. Oh, that would have been amazing! We have to try that at some point. I'm writing that down. Smitten Tower. Smitten plus Tower. I like that. What? End this. Oh, I don't even have a choice. Well, that's the forced suicide that we received the content warning for.
Oh, we'll end this all right. Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Slay yourself or slay the princess. If we slay ourselves, we're almost certainly going to get a chapter 3.
No, you can't just slay yourself. You're perfectly healthy and capable, and all you have to do is ignore her and do what has to be done. The blade and the hand that wields it remain firmly locked in place until you change your mind and decide to do literally anything else.
Interesting.
Look at you quaking against my will. An ant defying a god. It's pointless to resist. In the end, everything submits to oblivion. But you're not the one resisting me, are you? There's something else in there.
Well, we know where this ends.
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
You bring the blade to your neck.
You slice through soft flesh, severing veins and arteries, your blood flowing freely down your body. It's a painful lesson in obedience, but the pain won't last forever. No.
Oh, I should have pointed this out just a moment ago, but the blade that was in our hand, which is the cursor, did actually have blood on it.
When I see you again, you'll free me from my chains and deliver me to the destiny that lies beyond this place.
We will. I promise.
I know you will.
Everything
Chapter
goes
3.
dark, and you die.
The apotheosis. Goodness me, apotheosis is the process of becoming a god.
And at the end of that path,
Oh, let me guess. At the end of that path is a cabin.
I should save here. Right, so that can go over here. Because I was only intending to have one save for each the start of each chapter. Although now I know that my choices up till then can influence what I can do in those chapters. This my policy of having one save for the start of each chapter may not work, but we'll worry about that in the future. The apotheosis. 1849. So what is her final evolution going to be in this pathway? She already seemed pretty godlike. You've actually never seen this one before, goodness. Also, it's lovely to see you, Blaze. I hope you're well.
Excuse me? This is the third time we've been here, and this is hardly a path in the woods. It's all big and weird.
So we have the paranoid and presumably the broken. Yeah, it's probably not the two most useful voices to have. I don't know, the paranoid's better than the broken, but still.
another witness to her radiance. Her hour is soon upon us.
I'm here to keep him in check. I'm sick of prying fingers digging around in our head, and he's making it all too easy for them to get in. This is bad.
Yep.
Oh, is it now? I hadn't noticed. Do you need a primer, Mr. Amnesiac? No, I'm quite all right, but if all of you would take a moment to settle down, there's something important I'd like to get across to you before it's too late.
We need to slay the princess?
Is it about the princess? We already know all about the princess. Not to be trusted, that one.
No.
No, I mean, yes, it's about the princess, but whatever you think I'm going to say, it's probably not that.
Really?
You're not to be trusted either. Look, fine, just out with her already, yeah? But if I hear the words, "You're here to slay her," or "If you don't, it will be the end of the world," you'll have lost speaking privileges.
You two are just wasting your time. It's all going to end when we open that cabin door, which means it's already all over. What's the point of dawdling when the end is already written?
Okay, that nonsense he's going on about, that's what we need to talk about. You've been here before, obviously.
Indeed. How many more new princesses have you met so far? That's a good question. I saw the final evolution of the Nightmare, which was actually pretty similar to the previous version of it. That was the Moment of Clarity. And I've seen the Tower. So only 2 so far. And I'm about to see another one. What was I thinking? I also got the good ending. That's technically not another iteration of the princess, but that's the only other new thing I've seen today.
So you have met us. Because boy, were you in denial about that last time.
Yes.
No, I haven't met you, but reality is clearly falling apart at the moment, and the only reason that would happen is if you knew things you weren't supposed to know.
Interesting. Isn't that backwards, though? Isn't it only if reality was falling apart we would know things we weren't supposed to know? Or am I gonna get a response along the lines that the creature that exists in... that the creature between spaces would say, you know, it's all circular, who cares where something begins and ends, etc.
What the hell are you talking about? He's talking about those weird marble trees and how wrong everything looks.
Oh, those are supposed to be marble. Interesting. Wait. Is she gonna be a Medusa-like creature?
Yes, exactly. Whatever you did before gave her far too much power. So you've got to cut it out, get to that cabin and slay her before things get any more out of hand.
We've built a new god, and she is limitless.
Yeah. It is rather looking like that, isn't it? I'm not going to do this, but I suppose this would actually be a good point to just turn around and not go to the cabin. But we know what happens if you do that.
What are our thoughts doing that? Make her small, make her small, make her small, make her small. Shit! What if I'm doing it wrong? What if I'm making her even stronger? Do you hear those two, with their runaway thoughts? I'm only giving you the sliver of information I'm giving you now because things are already deep in the shitter. This was my last card to play and it looks like it's already made things worse, so hurry. Cabin. Now.
So what are my choices? Okay, now hold on. I have so many questions, so I'm not going to the cabin until I have answers. What am I? Or head to the cabin, run away, or stay where you are. Do you know what? It might be interesting to play this card now because he might actually feel against the wall enough that he would give us a sensible answer. I'm not going to the cabin until I have answers. What am I?
As you finish your inane question, the ground quakes beneath your feet. You feel an unyielding force pulling at you and your surroundings. The trees start to sway and then crumble, breaking apart as everything is drawn towards the cabin.
Oh dear.
Even the earth beneath you seems to shift, your feet unable to grip solid ground as you're dragged forward along with everything else.
Never mind.
The end of everything. The beginning of something new. The moment we open that door, she will be free.
Yeah. Yep, this isn't going to plan, is it?
Stop believing everything you hear. We just have to get our thoughts in order. We just have to think straight. Any, words of warning? You already know everything you need to know.
Proceed into the cabin.
As you step forward, the cabin explodes.
Oh, that's suboptimal.
You're flung backwards, violently slamming into a tree as debris rains down around you.
Have we actually created an iteration of the princess that is genuinely capable enough that she can leave without our help? Oh my.
You watch in paralysed awe and terror as the princess emerges, her body unfurling from some vast space as she stands upright to face you.
Yeah, I may have actually stumbled across an actual ending here. I'm genuinely not sure if the creature that exists between spaces could take her now.
The world bows to her. The ruined landscape shifts, trees and stone and the ground itself succumbing to her gravity, orbiting her like a great black hole.
Oh, I wish we had the smitten.
Finally, the little bird has set me free. This is always how it was going to end. And this is always how it was going to begin.
Oh, but if she's reached divinity as this iteration, then she doesn't have the balance that would come from all the perspectives. She has just one perspective. And it is through that lens that she's going to see the world, and it is through that lens that she's going to alter the world. She might actually make herself a legitimate god. She might actually enforce her influence over various peoples in the universe and expect to be worshipped. Which seems a lot worse than the previous state of affairs, where she was just a sort of force of nature for change in the universe.
There's a loud thunk from the tree behind you as something embeds in its shattered bark. Your pristine blade. It's now or never.
Okay, this is a really interesting choice. I'll make one choice now and stick to it, but we may end up going back here. So, I want to embrace Oblivion and see what happens.
Fill the empty seat at my side. Join me for a new dawn.
You fool. You can feel her gravity envelop you, carrying you from the ground into the violent swirl of her orbit.
This music. Amazing. Oh, the creature between spaces can still take her, can still consume her. Blimey. You do not get the chance to join her at her side, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
Where did she go?
Witness your better's ascension. Where did she go?
She's gone.
But it took a lot more hands.
Is this the end of the world? Did she end herself? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Let's go back. I want to know what the other choice... Actually, we'll go back after we've approached the mirror, because we might get some more interesting dialogue. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's calling us. And not in a good way. I don't want to look at us.
Right, I want to find out... What if we had taken the dagger? Would that have made any difference?
Yeah, screw all of this up with you. A real god would lead us as part of her plan.
Interesting point. Why does God need a starship?
You'll never make it to her. And even if you do, what could you possibly hope to accomplish? We'll do what we're always supposed to. We'll take this blade and we'll sink it into her heart. Look at the way everything's being flung around her. If we just throw ourselves in her direction, I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe none of this is real. Maybe we can do whatever we want to do. With a forceful tug, you yank the blade out from the tree. You close your eyes, just take a deep breath, and for a moment you can feel everything around you, like you're a part of everything, and everything is a part of you. And then your eyes open, settling on your target. It's time.
Goodness. Slay the princess.
You launch yourself towards the princess. You can feel her gravity envelop you, carrying you from the ground into the violent swirl of her orbit.
Even now you defy me. Do it then. Show me what you think it takes to end what's destined to end everything.
Yeah, do it. Show her.
End this.
Why do I feel so cold?
Okay, so it doesn't actually make any difference which choice we make there. An interesting way to hold a knife. Actually, I think that is how they... It's a slightly different type of knife, but I seem to remember that is actually how they train people in the army to use combat knives, if I recall correctly. Oh, do I remember the reason? I don't remember the precise reason, no. But I think it is supposed to be better for some reason. More control, I assume. You do not get the chance to slay her, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
Where did she go? She's gone.
But in this game you almost always have it upwards. That's true. I did notice that it did actually change the icon, the mouse icon as well. In the mouse icon we were holding the blade with the point downwards.
Is this the end of the world? Did she end herself? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
I kind of wish that had actually led to a completely different ending. Knowing what we know from having played this game before, it would have been really interesting if you could have taken a series of decisions that actually led to her becoming a god earlier than she should have done, especially if it had interesting repercussions. Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's calling us. And not in a good way. I don't want to look at us.
Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. Isn't that the first purely good one you've grown? Assuming it's good. They're going to make Chapter 3 more varied in the pristine cut. Ooh. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Oh my goodness, that's changed. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
You certainly are. Look at all those hands.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
I don't think it's going to happen, but this would also have been an interesting point to have a special ending. If the divine version of her appears to be subdued, but then suddenly the creature between spaces loses control. Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart.
That she will. To be fair, this could cause problems right at the very end of the game when we actually have to confront some of these vessels again.
Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
Interesting. Although I don't actually agree with that argument that you wouldn't mourn for someone just because they wouldn't mourn for you necessarily. I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
Right,
We
let's
will
go.
meet again.
Let's go for the adversary again. I was going for the adversary that time, but it's failed. I want to see what the final evolution of the adversary is. A godly vessel, bring the apotheosis to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So I need to go straight to the cabin, don't I? Well, I don't have to, but I can. I do love this option. I know I keep picking it. Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
The smugness of his reply.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Ooh, I just actually had an idea. I won't do it now, because it would require us to start a new game. But you know how we had the good ending if we went down into the basement and immediately killed her without hesitation? What if we immediately free her without hesitation? Enter the basement. In our first playthrough. As in at the start of a...
creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood.
I'll write that one.
The princess really lives here. Slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
I'll write that down actually. Immediately free. Hopefully we'll remember to give that a go.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
So the game shouldn't let me make any choice of options that would lead to the... Which one was it before the apotheosis? The tower. The one that would lead me to the tower again. So in theory, as long as I make sure I hesitate here, I'm pretty sure we'll end up with the adversary again.
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yeah, it wasn't a joke.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I'm trying to remember, what did we have to do? Oh, I remember. I was trying to remember what we had to do to get the witch, but I think I do recall. Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Slay the princess. We're not getting into a squinting contest again.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through.
Here we go.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurts!
Yep.
Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit.
So I suppose the implication is that if it's put us on an equal footing, then we had the advantage before, which is what you'd predict, but, well, present evidence suggests otherwise. Also, her shoes don't look that pointy. They said before about how she kept stabbing into our chest with her heels, but, I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be pleasant to be stepped on by those shoes, but they don't look like they'd exactly stab you.
We can still turn this around.
Finish the job. Flee and lock her in the basement, give up.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun.
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
Nope.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Suboptimal. The adversary. We've made it.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right, let's save here then. So we'll save over this one. So, it's the adversary. I just had a thought. I think we've brought every version of the princess to the creature that exists between spaces up to this point. Because with the tower, I got it wrong the first time, didn't I? And that ended up bringing the tower to the creature between spaces. Then we did the apotheosis. I've done the adversary before. That was in our previous playthrough. Every iteration that we've encountered so far in this playthrough, I should say.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Even if when we actually brought that iteration to the creature between spaces, that may have been in a previous playthrough, if that makes sense. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight. Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear? Crystal. Let's just get on with it already.
Proceed into the cabin.
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement. So we're aiming to get to chapter 3 this time.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulphuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Oh, when he says sulphuric odor, do you think he means sulphurous? So like sulphur, not like sulphuric acid.
Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
So we're going to have to choose our choice. We're going to have to be very careful about the choices we make now to ensure that we do actually get to see chapter 3. Because if we just outright engage her in combat, then we know that leads to her being taken by the creature that exists between spaces early.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
So you say?
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
She does look quite tall there, doesn't she?
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
You look different.
You look exactly the same.
Alright, fine. If you're not going to address it, I will. What? You've already met the princess has already met you. The two of you killed each other. Did you think you'd be able to just openly talk about all that without me noticing? Maybe. You did seem to just gloss over the whole thing for a while. Of course I glossed over it.
When a colleague says something insane, glossing over it is one of the best ways to stay focused and keep moving forward. But enough is enough. I believe you. And that's all the more reason to take this seriously.
So he considers us colleagues, does he?
You don't know that whatever brought the two of you back to life isn't a fluke. And beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember.
That is very carefully worded, because he knows that whatever brought us back wasn't a fluke. But it's worded in such a way that he doesn't give that away.
Are you okay? Of course I'm not okay! As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
Never mind. Also, it's notable he doesn't outright lie, isn't it? Just because it bothers you, I'm going to take this even more seriously. You don't know the depths of my apathy. Or, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never died. Do you see how alive I am right now? Would someone as alive as me already have died? I didn't think so. Oh, don't worry, I'm going to do a good job. Oh, you got me. Pretty much everything you said is true. I mean, I wouldn't usually lie, but I want to see how he reacts. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never died. Do you see how alive I am right now? Would someone as alive as me have already died? I didn't think so.
Don't try to lie to me, just please take this seriously.
Agreed. We can't win unless you treat this fight with the gravity it deserves.
Okay, that wasn't as entertaining as I thought it would be. I don't know what happened to you since the last time we met, but I am not fighting a giant demon lady. Bye! Or just leave without saying anything. Well, we know that fighting her doesn't lead to chapter 3, so it'll be interesting to see what this does.
Oh, you've got another thing coming if you think you can just turn around and leave.
As you step towards the stairs, you hear the heavy creak of straining metal,
Oh dear.
and then a snap. She's loose. You have to make a decision, and you have to make it fast.
Okay, team, what are we thinking? I'll turn and fight her head on, dodge to the side and counterattack, run run like wild. Run like wild.
You do your best to scramble up the stairs before the princess can reach you.
She's probably got longer legs than us, which won't help.
You coward.
You practically feel her steamy breath on the back of your neck, but you manage, just barely, to throw yourself over the threshold and slam the heavy stone doors behind you. You're safe, if only for a moment.
There's a handy dandy bit of wood on the floor that could be... Well, actually, I don't see the sort of handle I was hoping for to slide it into place, but there may be something we can do.
Do you think this door is enough to hold me? You're not getting out of this. I don't care how many things I have to break. I'm getting the fight I want.
The entire cabin shakes as the princess throws herself against the basement door.
Okay. That's probably not going to do her much good, but...
It's huge and made of stone. We're fine, right?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Of course we are. Any second now she's gonna break through that entryway. And we're finally going to get to do what we came here to do.
The impact shakes the cabin, a
Oh my
massive
goodness.
gash splitting its way up the stone doors.
She comes.
Oh dear.
The doors explode outwards, shards of stone clattering against the walls as the princess emerges from the basement.
She is rather tall, isn't she?
Stop running.
We're doomed! In a fit of violence, the princess explodes across the room and closes the gap between you. You do your best to defend yourself from her onslaught, but you're sorely outmatched. For every wound you inflict on her, she inflicts 2 on you until, finally, you're no longer able to so much as stand. Your body is giving out.
Personally, I'm pleased with our choices.
Giving out? No, nobody's giving out. We're just getting started.
Don't be delusional, it's over. You fall to your knees.
This Is that it? You're supposed to be tougher than this. Come on, get up. Keep fighting me.
No, this isn't right. Listen to me. Listen to her. We can do this. We can't.
Why won't you get up?
Ow.
She kicks you in the chest, splinters from your shattered ribs stabbing into your heart and lungs. Your vision starts to swim. Finally, her face, twisted into an expression of disappointment and fury, fades. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3. The Eye of the Needle. Well, it's what we asked for.
You're on a path in the wood. If you weren't so damned afraid of what she'd do to you, we wouldn't have died back there.
So, the Eye of the Needle. And we need to save here. Well, we don't need to, but we're going to. So, 7:28.
Fear is good. Fear keeps us alive. We died because you didn't have enough of it.
Hey! Voice of the Hunted. One of the more useful voices, I think.
So what? You'd have us cower in a corner? No, but that place suits her better than it suits us. She's big. We can't hope to find holes and openings down there. We need more room if we're going to survive.
Interesting. But surely her being big would mean being in a tight place would put her at a larger disadvantage than us.
Are you suggesting luring her into the woods? Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be? If you lose sight of her, if she manages to slip away, that's it. Game over for everyone, yourself included.
It's an interesting plan, though, from a tactical point of view.
Are you not challenging us on all the looping? Have you known about it the whole time? Are you the same one we've been talking to since the beginning? Sorry to disappoint what I'm sure must feel like a grand revelation, but that's not what's going on here. We've never met. Then what is going on? What's going on is that you'd only be saying the things you've been saying if you'd already been here, and if you'd already seen things you weren't supposed to have seen.
Well, she has more reach. In a small room, you'd be at a disadvantage since you can't maneuver to avoid her. But it depends how small. If it's sufficiently small, she's going to struggle to move around and actually take advantage of that reach. I just noticed you can see the sky there. So we're not actually in a tunnel, as I initially thought. Although it looks a bit darker over there, maybe this is the entrance to a cave?
It doesn't matter. We could go in circles forever. I don't like staying still for too long. Let's get to the cabin, see this through. It's good to know that at least one of you is still capable of reason. We may have the same destination, but we're not the same. You are still an other, and I don't trust you.
I like that dialogue.
Well, fortunately, you have an entire trip through the woods to reconsider that. There's nothing to reconsider. We're all for violence here. Are we? I haven't signed off on anything yet. Violence is the answer here, but the method is equally important to the act. You can't let her leave the cabin.
I don't know. We'll see.
It's like I said, all just circles. Instinct tells me we need space, and I trust instinct. Nothing else to say. Not for me.
I'm coming round to the Hunted's way of thinking. We haven't talked enough about how different this place is. I wouldn't even call these woods. It's like her influence has poured out into the world. Or, what if I don't agree with the plan? What if I'd rather do something else? Or, no matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through, proceed to the cabin. Or silently proceed to the cabin, or I'm done with this, bye, turn around and leave. Let's go with, no matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up the hill at the cabin. I hope you've given serious thought to your predicament. No last advice for us? No words of warning? From what I gather, you've heard it all before. There's no use screaming into the wind. I don't know, screaming sounds pretty good right about now. I could use a little catharsis. Catharsis is for when we're finished. For now, we need to hold it out in front of us, something to chase.
Right you are. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is suffocatingly tight, more of a glorified tunnel than a building. Its stone walls squeeze against your sides, leaving you no choice but to press forward. The only furniture of note is an iron altar jutting out from the wall, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. See? We have even less space than before. We need space or she'll kill us. Take it.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. There's no overcoming her without it. We need every part of us to survive, and that steel claw is as much a part of us as any.
Steel claw. I'm trying to think, when we did the Smitten route, how far did we get? Did we see it through to chapter 3? I'm not sure if we did. I don't remember. Approach the mirror.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You do see it, right? All we see is a damned mirror. It's a bit grimy. Why don't we wipe it clean?
Smash it. We haven't had that choice before.
You bring your fist crashing down against the door leading to the basement. It swings open, scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead. Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face. There are enough footholds that you'll be able to clamber your way to the bottom, but it will require careful effort.
I could be wrong. I think when we did the damsel route before, I don't remember if it actually was called the damsel, but you know the route I mean. I think I may have let her go during chapter 2, and then she was immediately taken.
The air hissing up from below is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Warm and wet, you say? Interesting. So a very humid environment. Geothermal springs or something, if this is underground?
Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show. I know you can do better than that.
We'll try.
Goad her. Rile her up. If she's angry, she'll make mistakes.
That's not a bad idea. Although actually, it can go both ways. If you roll someone up, it's true that they'll make mistakes, but they'll often be a lot more impulsive and well, almost rash, and that can work against you. If you want a fight, then how about you come and get one?
That's not how this works. I'm all chained up, remember? How about you come down here and fight me?
Those chains were nothing to her last time.
No.
There'll be nothing to her this time. But we need to show ourselves first to make her boil over.
Okay, if that's what you think, Voice of the Hunted, I trust you.
Fine by me.
Continue to the basement landing.
You've nowhere to go but down. You start the difficult journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you.
I think if you do it right, she changes. Yeah, so that's another one we should chase up. So I'll probably end up doing most of the same stuff I did last time I played the game, but seeing all the chapter 3s I didn't.
Remember, every crack and crevice will need to be faster than her.
Good point.
You turn to face
Oh
what
my.
lies at the end of the narrow tunnel. The princess, imposing and tightly muscled, grins back at you from the darkness.
She does look quite large and quite muscular, doesn't she? And look at that tail. And those horns. An even bigger demon lady. Let's go! Look at her feet. She had hooves before, but they've sort of split. I don't know of a creature in real life that has feet like that. It's almost like hooves that have evolved to be more like human feet.
Her face widens into a broad grin.
There you are, knife in hand. How thrilling. Attack me, bleed me, twist the blade in my flesh, break your bones against my body. I want a real challenge this time.
Oh my.
Can't get that close. She'll kill us in the tight space, steel claw or not. Make her come to us, stand beyond her chains, and let her become frenzied. She'll
Oh,
break them.
you're right,
We
she is
run.
She is still chained up. And I just realised, following this path, each time we've come down here, it's become more cramped. Like, in Chapter 1, it was quite wide and open. In Chapter 2, it was noticeably more narrow. This time, it's like a tunnel. I hope this is not a spoiler, but most Chapter 2s have 2 possible Chapter 3s. Oh! I did not know that. Good thing I've been making all these saves.
I really don't like the sound of this. It's the only way we live.
Well, what are you waiting for? If we're gonna do this right, you can't be scared. You need to want this as much as I do. So go on. Make the first move. Don't keep me waiting.
Which is exactly what we're gonna do. Explore, let's talk a bit first. We can always fight when we're done, but I have questions. I want to know what happened after you killed me, or... Not down here. If you want me, you'll have to come and get me. Or if you want a good fight, if you really want to see me at my best, we need someone with more space. That's actually a good choice, in a way. I suppose it doesn't rile her up as much, but she might go for that. Why don't you want to be free? Why do you insist on fighting me to the death down here in the dark? Or I'm not fighting you. Or a step closer, stopping just outside her chains. Oh, but some are duplicates with a few lines changed, I see. Maybe that's something that Pristine Cut will address. That one is following the directive of the hunted most closely, because it's trying to rile her up. But I kind of want to try this one. If you want a good fight, if you really want to see me at my best, we need someone with more space.
The princess scoffs.
Oh, you're up to something tricky, aren't you? You're teasing me with what I want, but I'm sick of waiting.
Blimey.
I'm not going to let you give me another bad fight. I'm going to get what I want.
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend and snap. Run.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do.
Without hesitation, you turn back the way you came and scramble up the ledge towards the tunnel entrance. As you near the top, hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock of the cliff face with her fingertips in her rabid pursuit.
Oh my goodness, I'm surprised you managed to keep up.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
So you can get out of the cabin now then, would be the implication.
Good. You reach the ledge and hoist yourself up into the tunnel, the cabin door finally in sight, at once within your grasp and infinitely distant.
What is all of this for? What's the point? You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same? Little bird, where do you think you're going?
Oh, she hasn't called us that since the tower. Interesting.
We're almost there. Don't think about almost. We're there when we're there. And
Good
we'll
point.
take the fight with us. Your skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst through the cabin door and roll onto the grass.
The adversary is the most romantic route. Changed my mind. True love.
You glance back at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. You are walking a dangerous path. If you waver once, it's all over.
Oh
So get it right.
my goodness. That's like 10 feet tall, I think?
There's nothing left to slow me down. Do you think this is better for you? Do you think this space gives you an edge? Then show me. Show me that you've been worth all the room you've taken up in my head.
Do it.
Okay.
Be swift, strike true, be where she's not. Let your body move you.
Are you sure you want this? You're free now. And out here, I have the upper hand. We don't have to fight or explore. You've fallen right into my trap, or slay the princess. Slay the princess.
You leap from the grass and bound towards the princess, keeping low.
Charging me head on. Brave and foolish.
But would you want it any other way?
Her body braces for impact, anticipating the clash. That's where you're both wrong. Left now.
Left now?
As the princess strikes, your body swerves to the left. She overextends, stumbling as her balance shifts unexpectedly.
Ooh, she's not very coordinated. That is something we can exploit.
Strike. Before you can finish the thought, you lash out, the blade slicing through her leg. She turns to swing again. Right. You move out of the way, but this time it's not quite as clean. You can feel a bruise already blooming where her elbow crashed into flesh.
A bruise is fine.
It's nothing. A scratch.
Well, bruise, but yes.
Yes, it could be worse. And you managed to gift her another cut in return. I'll be damned. We're actually gonna pull this off, aren't we?
Well, don't count your chickens before they've hatched.
You just might. But don't let it get to your head. Not until it's over.
Well, I thought the whole idea was to make us believe we can do it.
Yes, finally! This is the hole I felt in my heart. This is what I've needed. This is what I've been missing. This is how it always needed to end. Both of us giving it our all, beating and bleeding each other to death.
I've just realised they've actually used a pitch shifter on the voice actress here, haven't they? That's not just her deliberately trying to speak in a deeper, gruffer voice. That's pitch shifted, I'm pretty sure.
The two of you engage in a devastating flurry of blows, each of you wounding the other again and again.
Oh, so we're both taking hits here then.
She's stronger, but you're faster, and the deeper the both of you fall into your lethal dance, the more your edge shines over hers. She's slowing down, blood pouring from wounds, splattering at her feet, leaving her weak and unsteady.
Well, hey!
More! Keep going, we can't stop now!
No, we can't.
You spy an opening, but this time she's waiting for you. She lets you sink the blade deep, trapping you in place long enough to wrap you in her impenetrable arms. You're slammed to the ground.
Oh my.
Nothing! These blows are nothing to us! But her gambit wasn't enough to close the gap. It wasn't enough to kill you. She stares you down, coughing up a splash of blood as she gasps for breath.
That means we got her lungs, not her heart.
You've outplayed me, haven't you? Something feels wrong. Something.
Here comes the
And?
creature that exists between spaces.
Then what happens?
Blimey. A wide open field. Lure an enemy to advantageous terrain and win. But you do not have the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. That thing reeks of death. Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
I got a feeling each of the voices has a set piece of dialogue that they always say when they come across the mirror, regardless of how you got there. I could be wrong. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They've gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Bloated? Oh, withered. You've withered. I've never found out what the significance of that is. Why it applies certain adjectives under certain circumstances. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one yearns to grow and struggle. Even now I feel a will pushing against mine, not realizing that we are one. She will make for a fierce heart.
Oh, was I? My apologies.
Do not mourn her. We will provide her with the growth she fought for.
Right, let's go back. I'm ready to go back. It will be interesting to know what those options do. Maybe we can explore that subsequently.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. A tunneling vessel. Bring the eye of the needle to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right, I want to see third form witch next. Do I want to go with witch? Actually no, how about we go with the damsel one again? Because I want to do both, and I think it's easier to do the damsel one. That's go down to the basement without the knife, free her, try to go back up, and then you have the whole confrontation with the narrator. And then we follow that through, and we'll try to make it to chapter 3. Then we'll finish with chapter 3 witch, and then we'll see where we go from there, I guess.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So, silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Why is the table constructed that way? It's got legs, but it's also got little supports for the legs, suggesting the legs aren't affixed well enough to support themselves. But surely you would just affix them better.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Don't take the blade, enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I'm sure.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Well, fairly shortly we're going to be reunited with my favourite voice.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Wasn't that unusual for old tables? Probably made by people who are overthinking things.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
Well, I'm here now. Sorry I couldn't come sooner.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Ah. About that.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I wonder if I actually can. I'm now wondering if I could have... I wonder if there is a way to get her out of there which doesn't involve her biting her own arm off. I'll see what I can do, examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, spoiler alert, it's about to get pretty gory.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
I suppose it's this that would stop us from just rescuing her for the first time, because I mean, it may be worth trying just as an experiment, but I imagine if I started a new game and immediately tried to rescue her, the narrator would probably still lock us in the basement. Could be wrong.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
You don't know the power of our imagination.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
In a word, no.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Maybe if we just imagine the key's there. That's what I had to pick, wasn't it? So that we got locked down here. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out of here.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
How come we saw no evidence of a lock on the other side then? Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
Not easier for the princess.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
They did.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
But together, we can overcome any adversity.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Yep, that's the gore warning.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
I think I'll be the judge of that. Save the princess. Oh, interesting, that's my only choice.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
She looks so innocent.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Oh, this art is so cursed.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
That needs to be tourniqueted.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Look out!
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Slay the princess, etc. Warn her.
Stop that.
I'm about to kill you. Get out the way.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
I know.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
I'm striking low. Get out the way.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Slay the princess, etc. Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
No.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
Slay me, my dear. It's the only way.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Do it. Do it quickly. It's the only way.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Try harder.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. More stabbing.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Then you, sir, have no conception of love.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
That's it. You're doing it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, I understand.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
It's quite alright.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
Well, see you in 5 minutes. Oh, it was the damsel. That was what this chapter's called.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Right. So, we're on to page 2. The damsel. 804. I wonder if these saves will be compatible after they release the pristine cut.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Let's head to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Where's everybody's favourite voice at? The smitten.
If only you knew what you did to us, you villain.
There we go.
Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love.
Notice the capitalisation.
Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him.
Interesting that the voice of the hero would say that, given that the voice of the hero would remember last time.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed into the cabin. So, we're aiming for chapter 3 this time, so I don't know what choice I have to make differently.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
But we'll see what we can do. Maybe I leave the dagger this time.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Then again, I'll probably leave the dagger and find out that there's a dragon down there or something, which wasn't there before. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The
Blimey.
basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
Gold trim. I wonder if it's a deep red crimson colour along the centre.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
So you say.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love.
I think it is slightly softer than last time.
Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think?
No.
We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning.
Oh, but if it's true love, do we really have to have met before?
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
What he said.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
That she did.
And she called us a hero.
That she did.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
That it does.
Waiting for you to come back? You've been here before, haven't you?
Indeed.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Absolutely. And I noticed she does have 2 of them again.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Yeah, how are we going to do this? Because we need to... We can't let her out of here because the creature that exists between spaces will absorb her, but we also don't want to kill her. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of middle ground, but we'll have to see what we can contrive.
We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever.
No, not with that
Especially without
attitude.
leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Horrible for you, maybe.
Mhm.
But we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
And what a lady.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
If you truly knew what love was, you wouldn't have any doubt.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
What are my choices? You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? Or, I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again? Or, what happened after I died? Or, I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there? Or, I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Oh, thank you for understanding.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
Again, capitalized.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Well, we know that's not true.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Okay.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
Okie doke, we'll give that a go.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
Watch us.
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Uh-huh. Rescue the princess. Oh, I may as well. I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Well, I'm trying hard to find this middle ground, where we don't set her free, but we also don't kill her, but I'm struggling a bit.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
I'm not sure that is a confession, but it's certainly a little unsettling. Honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin to them all. Wow, this is taking a turn. No, I don't want the world to end. I have no feelings one way or the other about the world ending. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? Oh, but what difference is it going to make? Because I can't actually... release her this time. No, I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
Well, that settles it.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. I'm not so sure.
Rescue the princess.
No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't.
He would.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
Oh, still struggling with how we're gonna get to chapter 3, though. Without betraying her.
You're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome very much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
She looks so happy. She wouldn't destroy a world.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved.
Oh, maybe I do have to take the blade and betray her to even have a chance at a chapter 3.
Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
Good question. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
Yes?
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Well, my choice is, I want you to tell me what you want, or there must be something you want, or do you want to end the world, or I just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later, or if you want to leave, then let's leave. Do you want to end the world?
Are you seriously asking her that?
Yes.
Oh, we've been over this one. No, I do not want to end the world.
Maybe I shouldn't have. Because she's already said we've been over this one. Maybe I shouldn't have asked her that dialogue earlier. There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
Why is the music doing that? So, but what would make you happy? You have to want something more than just making me happy, but you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me. I want you to make me unhappy. This could get very weird. You have to want, you have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
I want you to make me unhappy.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy, I can make you unhappy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now?
It's all she wanted.
Like we're the only ones here?
Darn. Betray her? You don't get the chance to ask another question, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
What do we think, chat?
This,
You approach the mirror.
this doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Right, let's reload.
You're on a path. You're here.
We can fast forwards a bit.
Oh, but I should have. The blade.
I could take the blade. I don't have any other ideas. I think other than just slaying her, I don't know what else would work.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Indeed.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge. There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the...
Well, we've heard all this.
Hello?
Her voice. Okay, I'm with you that we don't... Yes, you walk down the stair. You know she... Oh, your spirit.
It's you.
Did you... And she... Flat? Wait. That's right, villain. And, well, only because he... And you... Wait, no.
Yeah, we've heard all this.
Are you listening?
Rescue the princess.
Rescue her? Don't you know if her... would you... I think I'd rather believe it. One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator?
Oh, I skipped some stuff we hadn't heard,
Step
sorry.
forward and free our beloved from her bindings. No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths.
Oh, this is
and if
converging
you
on
try
stuff we have heard.
anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Well, I don't think anything's played that we didn't hear during either this playthrough or last Monday's.
You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved. Is that a threat?
You know what we'll do if you try it.
You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Do you want to end the world?
Are you seriously asking her that?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you bring a slow and painful ruin to them all.
I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
Okay. If that's what you think is best, then that's what we'll do when we leave. We'll bring ruin to everyone and everything. Nothing will be left standing in the wake of the unceasing entropy we'll unleash upon all of creation.
My goodness. Also, notice a lot of the shading's gone from her.
Okay, so whatever we do next, we should not let her out. She can't just want to make us happy.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
So what are our choices? I want you to tell me what you want. There must be something you want. But what would make you happy? You have to want something more than just making me happy. But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me, or I want you to make me unhappy, or I just want to leave. We can figure the rest out later. If you want to leave, then let's leave, or this isn't right, let's just get out of here, or something isn't right here. I'm sorry, slay the princess.
You turn the tip of your blade towards the unsuspecting princess. Thank you.
Wait. No, you barbarian, what are you doing?
But you ignore the pleas of the foolish little voice and strike. The princess's eyes grow wide with terror as the blade falls, but she does absolutely nothing to stop you. Your blade pierces her heart, and she collapses pathetically to the ground.
This is the only... I think this will lead to a third chapter, and this is the only way I could think to do it.
I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?
Oh.
No, my love, you did nothing wrong. I'm sorry, not you.
I'm going to die now. I think that's what you want.
And just like that, she's dead. And the world is saved. Thank
Lady
you for
killer,
seeing this
slay it
through.
innocent.
I know it must have been difficult. I feel sick.
Sick? You took part in the murder of the fairest creature that's ever lived. And you merely feel sick. I, for one, am absolutely distraught. Grief-stricken. Inconsolable.
You'll get over it. You just saved everyone.
Get over it? You smarmy ass. There's nothing in the world worth getting over it for. We might as well just end it all.
Oh. Yep, that makes sense.
You raise the blade, aiming the point directly towards your heart. Excuse me? No, you absolutely do not do that. Yeah, let's not make any rash decisions. We should give ourselves a minute, take a deep breath, and...
And it's too late.
Rash.
Oh no.
The only rash decision we've made was running our cursed blade through her heart. This is far from rash. This is measured. This is the only thing left for us to do now that she's gone.
I'm the one who makes the decisions here, and I say no, or if that's what you want to do, let's see what happens, or remain silent.
Really? You're not going to say anything?
All of you may have previously thought that my passions were too great to stifle, but those were merely passions of joy. My passions of sorrow run deeper than the ocean itself, and you'll find that they are far more unstiflable. Haven't you? Haven't you all?
I don't believe this.
What? What don't you believe? You plunged the blade into your own heart and collapsed to the floor.
I wonder if we'd have got slightly different art here if I hadn't chosen a dialogue option that removed some of the shading.
You can't be serious. Why are you helping him? I'm not. He just made it happen. I'm sorry. That's right. You're all sorry.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Goodness me, what sort of voice are we going to get in addition to the smitten this time? The Grey. Well, we made it to chapter 3. We get to see the final evolution.
On a path in the woods. You horrid monster. Do you think just because we've returned to the woods you've earned my forgiveness? Our beloved had best be alive and well when we return to the cabin, or you'll never know the end of my wrath.
We get to see the final evolution of the damsel, which I'm looking forward to. 2029. Right.
She won't be alive and well
Cold.
when we return to that cabin, because she's dead. We killed her.
Blimey, so is this the path which is most home to the cold then? Interesting.
You killed her, and so I killed you.
And you clearly didn't do a good enough job. I'm still here.
Oh, and I'm still here too. If you lot get to be blessed with seemingly eternal life, that must mean she's still there, waiting for us to throw ourselves at her feet in remorse.
I hope she is in the forgiving mood.
I doubt it. I think I'm better at killing than you are.
So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2?
It's our third. What gave it away?
Your open discussions. I couldn't care less what he knows. Every second we stand around arguing in the woods is a second that I'm anxiously worrying about her. Take us to the cabin and take us there now. With each passing moment, our relationship may be damaged even further, though I fear the rift between us may already be permanent.
Why is it called the Grey? What's the significance of that, I wonder?
And if it is permanent, then what? You'll kill us again?
Not black and white, perhaps? Perhaps we'll find her and she'll be forgiving, but also giving us some very bad red flags or something?
Oh, you just wait and see. My vengeance will echo the depths of my bereavement.
I thought he was going to say his vengeance will echo through the centuries.
Don't provoke him. I prefer if we didn't die again. I'm not fond of dying. Why not? You've already done it twice.
How did the cold know that?
It was unpleasant.
It was only unpleasant because you think it's supposed to be unpleasant.
That's interesting. Because up to this point, the only things that we were under the impression would change based on our belief is the princess's attributes and, by extension, the world around us.
I'll make you feel what I feel if it's the last thing I do. And mark my words, you won't like it when it happens.
Oh, how exciting. I'd love to see you try.
Can I? Well, I'm not just going to try. I'm going to actually do it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Good. I am too.
Oh dear, they aren't the best combination, are they? The cold and the smitten.
Can I talk now? Yes, I can. Great. Now that you're listening, let me remind you that if you're here in the woods, it means that the princess is not dead, and that her very existence currently poses a direct threat to the entire world.
Whatever happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through. Proceed to the cabin.
I'm sure you've already heard my words of warning in one of your past lives. You've already managed to slay her once, just don't muck it up this time, alright?
What makes you think we mucked it up before? Is it essential that we live? I don't think that was established before. Also, what's going on with the sky? I see lines in the sky. Is that the void seeping through? The long quiet? And for a forest, I do notice a certain dearth of trees.
Oh, we'll muck it up alright. We'll get our happy ending, even if it damns each and every person who's ever lived.
That's exactly what it might do.
Whatever you do, don't let him influence a single decision. He's clearly lost it. I hate that I'm agreeing with him on anything, but I really don't like being at the whims of someone so unstable. It's stressful.
We couldn't possibly harm our beloved again.
Yes, having all those feelings isn't very productive, is it? But we're just passengers here. Why stress over something you can't control?
Now that was a very stoic thing to say.
You're saying that like stress is just something you can turn off. It is. It's easy. Whatever happens, happens. Are you even alive? What's the point of doing anything if you're not going to feel a single emotion?
That's not technically what he said, though. He said, why stress over things you can't control? Not don't feel any emotions. Then again, he did say that emotions aren't productive just before then.
I don't know. I just exist. And that's fine with me. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and your extremely important destiny await.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin feels
Oh my.
dry and brittle. Ancient dust-covered wooden
She's a
beams
ghost.
hold up a crumbling ceiling like mummified ribs, each elegantly carved detail of the stately building preserved in an extended stasis. Everything here has been kept safe and dry and lifeless.
Okay, so I guess we're supposed to take from this she's neither alive nor dead? Which is probably what the grey is alluding to.
But you're not alone. You can feel something watching you. There is a figure faintly outlined against the dusty wood of the far wall. Is that her? Our beloved. So she does live. She doesn't look very alive to me. Before you can make a move, the figure is gone, vanishing behind the door on the far side of the room.
Interesting. Interesting development.
The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door. There's a mirror, that's it. The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? Did you all plan this out before dying? There is no mirror. There's the door to the basement, the table, and the pristine blade.
Planning it's...
Strange. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
That is a good point. The idea that they'd plan a prank on the narrator before dying.
Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her with it.
Yeah, she does seem to be... This whole scenario reeks of her being somewhere between between life and death, doesn't it?
Perhaps it's gone because an oh-so-deserved guilt has started to worm its way into each and every one of you. Perhaps all of you do feel just as bad as I about what we've done. Though if you felt the oppressive guilt I feel, we would have manifested that weapon directly into our heart. I suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is gone, but you're going to have to find it if you're going to do this right. So why don't you march over to that door and make your way down to the basement?
But what good is a blade for slaying an incorporeal being in the first place? Approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You must think you're looking at that mirror you mentioned earlier, the one that doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open the door. It's so hazy. We should try and clean it off.
Wipe the mirror clean.
It's time for all of you to see what we've become.
I don't think that's going to work, but it'll be interesting if it does.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. The handle is just a little to your right, and a little down. So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves anyway. I'm much more interested in seeing other things.
That's an interesting handle mechanism. I think the idea is you use your thumb to press that down, and then it opens.
I see. We are too hideous for even a mirror to behold. We can only hope she might still see some good in us.
There's always hope.
No way left to go but down.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an antique staircase lit by weak torchlight. The air here is so stale it practically stands still, as if the very molecules of this place have been fossilized, trapped for eons until your arrival.
She looks a little emaciated, don't you think?
Even the blaze of the torches can't penetrate the odorless air, as if they'd run out of fuel to burn ages ago, their light still flickering more out of habit than from adhering to a physical reality.
Okay. That's a little concerning.
A wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadow. There she is again. My love. She's just an old memory. Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
I'm sorry about last time. Are we good? Is anyone there? I think we have a lot to talk about. I don't have a weapon. There wasn't anything upstairs for me when I got here. I'll proceed down the stairs. I'm sorry about last time. Are we good?
You receive no response. Do you think she's upset with us? I don't like being here unarmed after what happened last time. I feel so exposed. Of course she's livid, and with good reason. You aren't helping. Are you scared of a little ghost? What's she going to do? Look at us until we feel bad? She can look all she wants. It won't do anything.
So you claim? Proceed down the stairs.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain.
This is an interesting development, especially since she wasn't chained up last time. By the time we stabbed.
This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom.
That's true. I didn't notice that, first of all, but that's absolutely right.
See? She's dead.
No. What foul trickery is this? How can this be? We just saw her alive and well a moment ago, floating away transparently.
Whatever we saw was a ghost. Thought we were all on the same page. Do try to keep up.
But what does this mean for the narrator? He wanted her slayed. She is slayed.
Your thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock.
Ah.
You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the stairs, clutching a brightly burning torch.
She's gonna burn the place down with us in it?
That's where the blade is. It's already in her heart. And yet she isn't dead. She is dead. Have you never heard of a ghost before?
Oh, for the love of...
Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious, she clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even.
Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying or destroying, if we want to be a little more death neutral, seems off the table. We make amends. She obviously still holds us in her heart. She's bearing a torch for us and everything.
But she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
You came back. I missed you.
Oh, there's hope yet.
That angelic voice, I missed you too, my beloved.
You sure snapped back to your old self quick.
Yes, seeing her dazzling countenance again has reignited the warmth in my heart. I have found it in me to forgive the sins this body has committed. We can have our perfect romance after all.
Yeah. I can see a few problems with that, but we'll keep that on the table for now.
This is a bad place. We're supposed to be together, but it keeps making us hurt each other.
That's true.
The torch falls from the princess's hand and bounces down the stairs.
It'll be so much better when it's gone.
The skeletal wood of the basement, perfectly dry after uncountable years of desiccation, immediately catches fire.
Oh, good catch. Referencing back to earlier where they said the whole place it looked like it had been abandoned for eons.
She's trying to kill us. A misplaced escalation of her passions, but clearly she still cares for us. I say we burn with her.
So choices, why did you close the door, or let me out, are you trying to kill me, or I'm going to burn, or are you mad at me for killing you, I'm sorry, or rush for the blade, or rush for the door. Are you mad at me for killing you, I'm sorry.
I'm not mad at you. You gave me so much to think about. And it's all going to be over soon. It's all going to be better.
She's holding a grudge. She wouldn't. She's perfect.
The fire grows quickly, devouring the basement, dancing up the walls and painting every surface with strokes of flame. You're choked by smoke, and the air around you grows uncomfortably warm.
We've never burned to death before. I wonder how it's going to feel.
Goodness me, that is coldly unemotional.
Bad! I bet it'll feel really, really bad! Yes, it will be terrible, so you'd better come up with something to do and fast. Your personal safety is far from the only thing she's threatening right now.
I think a bit of fiery passion is good for the world. You're just trying to spoil her fun.
I'm not spoiling anything. I'm trying to prevent oblivion.
Why do you close the door, or let me out, are you trying to kill me, or I'm going to burn, rush for the blade, rush to the door. Why did you close the door?
Because I wanted to be with you. I don't want you to leave.
See? Everything's fine. She wants to be with us.
Yeah, in a bad way.
She just has a unique way of expressing things.
That's it. She's just unique.
The heat grows in intensity as the flames draw ever nearer. You can practically feel your skin sizzling already. If you're going to try and stop her from killing you and destroying the whole world, you'd better do something, and you'd better do it now.
I wonder if we look good right now. Fire makes a lot of things look good. I can only imagine how dazzling our eyes are in the dancing flames. Do you think she's noticed?
I don't want to burn to death. We don't have to, right?
Let me out, are you trying to kill me, or I'm going to burn, or what's wrong with you? I don't want this, or please, I'm begging you, I'll do anything, just don't let me burn, or rush for the blade, or rush to the door. I can't actually completely side with the smitten here, can I? I can't just accept our fate. I'm going to burn.
It's okay. I'm going to burn too. And then we won't hurt anymore.
She's right about the last part. Burning doesn't hurt forever. The flames lick at your form, stripping layers of you away, causing
Ow.
your skin to blister and pop and crisp.
Ow.
As you burn, the princess glides to your side, her ghostly form blackening as she too succumbs.
This is terrible. We're going to die.
Yep.
I'd savour this feeling if I were you. Soon enough we won't have nerves.
True.
And we'll get to die with her. After what you made us do last time, this is as sweet an end as we could hope for.
He's probably right about that, unfortunately.
She clutches you close to her chest, her eyes bright, her smile wide with manic affection, watching as the flames take you away.
Oh.
Pain is unbearable at first. Every inch of you screams as your flesh is stripped away, your muscles stiffening as they're cooked, your blood boiling in your veins.
This is pretty horrible.
But it isn't long before
Oh.
the flames take your nerves, and with them, your ability to feel much of anything. See? That wasn't so bad.
It was so bad.
Somehow, nothing is so much worse.
Come on, creature that exists between spaces. Let's get out of here.
You'll get used to it. There are still the feelings of the heart. Those never go away.
That's not technically true, but still.
Oh, they always do in the end. You just haven't experienced enough. Eventually you'll want them to stop too. You'll make them stop. Trust me. The princess's smile never fades. Her skin peels away, and then her muscle, until all you can see is her charring skull, locked in an eternal grin.
It's very romantic, really. We got our happy ending after all. We can die happy.
Yeah. Let's go with that. Perhaps it was better when we ended at the damsel, as opposed to going on to the grey. But despite your best efforts, you do not die. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Ignore the cowards. You have to look.
Interesting that Voice of the Cold would say that. Usually the voices don't like the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silent as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. You've unravelled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Oh, I just had a thought. Maybe the different adjectives they apply there, you've grown, you've withered, you've unravelled, maybe that's telling you, maybe that's code for how far you are through the game. Maybe whenever you complete a given path, you get a different adjective in a known sequence. So someone that's played the game before could just use and paid attention, could just use that adjective to know, to remind themselves how far in they are. Just a guess, could be wrong. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Those hands seem to be moving like flames. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet, We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want me to tell you? Oh, do you want to tell me? Oh, there's trees and stars and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people. Or do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real? Or do you have thoughts on this vessel? Well, we'll ask that subsequently. There's trees and stars and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is passion betrayed. But even in the end, her love never faded. She will make for a bright heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Somehow that whole path makes me think of, like, Victorian horror. It just has that, I don't know, maybe it's just me, it just has that overall, vibe to me. The love that surpasses death itself, but then is tinged with tragedy and unpleasantness. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark and you die. A burning vessel, bring the burned grey to her. The burned grey?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So we probably didn't... It probably didn't have to end in burning then, I would guess.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Right, so we're going for the witch this time, and then we're going to try for... We're going to try for chapter 3. Silently continue to the cabin. Oh no, I've got to do it. Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Right, so this time we go down there without the blade, don't we? We rescue her, but then because we've already done the damsel path, we won't have the option not to betray her.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Well, we couldn't rescue you if we didn't come down. Although I suppose we could come down with like a paper bag over our head or something. I wonder, in her perception, how long has she been down here? Because if we just woke up outside of the woods just now, I wonder if from her perspective she's only just got here. The fact that she said she's wondered if she'd ever be rescued, implying that she's been down here a while, would suggest otherwise.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
No.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
So, I'll see what I can do. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe
Nope.
it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Technically, you should see the light of day every day since there's a big window above her head. Although I realise that's missing the point. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Easier for whom?
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
That's not a nice picture, is it?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Or we could use it to free her.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Just noticed how her anatomy is drawn, the fact you can actually see the shoulder blades and all that.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it! Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
And we can't resist this time, so we have, because we've already been down that path, so we have to slay the princess.
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
I think it depends upon the circumstances, to be honest.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart.
Goodness me, look how feral she looks. Those canines.
It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over.
Sad times.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Witch. So again, we're aiming for chapter 3 from here.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
In the perfect world, it would be nice to also get the Smitten in chapter 3. We'll have to see. Right, so 9:05.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So, proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further.
So yeah, I do have some thoughts about how we could do this. I think Hero previously told me to get the Smitten, just do whatever you think the Smitten will do in the situation. I think that's take the blade and then insist that she goes up the stairs before you. Because taking the blade would be, well, only sensible for a dashing knight that wants to protect the one he loves, and making her go first could be seen as good manners. Well, I suppose, strictly speaking, making someone go first isn't good manners, but you know what I mean. Allowing the lady to go first. And that also makes sense based on... What voice do we get this time? Is it the voice of the opportunist? Because the voice of the opportunist says about how, oh, they had a plan all along. They wanted us to go up the stairs first so that they could get to the knife that was at the top. This was in our previous playthrough. And then the... Oh, sorry, no. They said that they wanted the princess to go up first so that they could keep an eye on her, and when they got to the top, they were going to grab the knife. But then the voice of the hero pointed out, but if she went first, she'd get the knife first. So that wouldn't have worked. That's when she betrayed us, and we both died down there. Oh no, did we actually get to the next section? We must have if we both died down there. I've forgotten what happened after that, following the witch path. Oh well. I imagine it was a different chapter 3 then to the one that I'm hoping we can get.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry, you can trust us to get the job done.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I imagine the opportunist is going to chime in here.
Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
Very good point.
That's not actually a bad idea.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath.
Blimey.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
Of course.
Her voice skitters up from below.
Skitters.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
Yep.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you?
Well, not this exact place, but yes, more or less.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
Well, hopefully we can get her out of here safely. That's the hope. Oh, that's the point. If I get her back up to the top of the stairs and we do leave together, then presumably the creature that exists between spaces will take her? Well, we'll have to see where this leads, and if necessary, I'll reload.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
I don't think you realise what that means.
Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I'm sorry about last time.
Oh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
So what have we got? Don't worry, this blade isn't for you, or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow, right? Or I get the sense that you're not happy with me, or I died last time. You didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. Oh look, I know, things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up, or... So we're at an impasse. Neither of us are going to get anywhere if we can't trust each other, unless you want to fight, but I don't want to fight, or... Can you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time, or... Why do I feel a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here? Or, I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's some broken trust. Take this as a gesture of my goodwill. Give her the blade. No! I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye. Or, I'd like to be straightforward with my intentions. I didn't care for how you treated me last time, and I think you might be a danger to the world. I'm going to attack you now, or slay the princess. Let's go with... Don't worry, this blade isn't for you, or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow, right?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
I was hoping she'd do that.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
If you could have gotten out this whole time, what do you even need me for? The cabin isn't locked.
The cabin lets prying little beasts like you come as you please, but it insists I stay where I am. That binding I shed is just a symbol of the crueler magic at work in this place. If I'm to leave, I'm to leave with you, and you alone.
Okay, let's leave. Leave with the princess.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
Well, what do you mean by face to face? Because we were already looking at each other face to face. How close do you consider face to face to be? Could you put a watermelon between our faces? I wonder.
She
That's
never
pretty
breaks
close.
eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Look at that tail. She looks quite feline with the shape of her nose and all that.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us.
I agree.
It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here.
That's a bad idea.
Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. We're armed and she's not. What's she gonna do? Bite us when we're not looking?
No, she's going to cause us to fall down the stairs and break our back.
You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
You first.
And turn my back on you? Do you think me a fool? Your tricks are one of the only things I've known, and I've learned better by now.
Just go first.
No. You're the one who said you can't leave here without me, which means I hold all the cards. If you go first or we stay here, up to you.
The princess leans close, her nose twitching as she sniffs your neck inquisitorially.
She is very cat-like.
What is she doing?
I think she's trying to figure out if we're lying, so it's a good thing we didn't lie.
That's true.
Your stink is the stink of a wretch, but not of a liar. If I have to go first, I'll go first. But I'll have you know my ears are sharp, and I've got eyes on the back of my head. They'll be watching.
Why is she blushing? That is blush, right?
Eyes on the back of her head. Does she really?
I think that was metaphorical. I just noticed her arms are also hairier. That's again an indication of her becoming more bestial, I'd suggest. Not that there's anything wrong with a woman having hairy arms, it's just that she didn't before. And obviously fur is a feature of cats.
No, we're fine.
The princess pointedly turns her back on you and starts up the stairs.
She just sniffed your neck, yes. You mean as the reason why she's blushing, I assume. Step onto the stairs.
You follow close behind her, the two of you walking on tiptoes through the knotted roots of the basement stairs.
And again, hairier legs. Which again, nothing wrong with that, but that's a change. That wasn't how she was before.
It's time, boys! Stab her in the back! Do it! Do it now!
Wait, I thought we were helping her escape. Of course we're not. You didn't buy all that noise I was putting down. I was just waiting for a moment for us to strike. She has it in for us, you know.
I'm kind of curious. I feel like stabbing her in the back is probably the way we do actually proceed, but I'm also kind of curious what happens if we leave with her. I mean, presumably the end. We can reload and try both if necessary. So, I'm not stabbing her in the back. I said I'm not stabbing her in the back, and I make the choices here. Oh yeah, I was told, wasn't I, that you could get the smitten in chapter 3 from here. So, I guess the smitten wouldn't stab her in the back. Wow, that's an amazing idea that I totally never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us, stab her in the back. Or, I'm not going to praise you, but I am going to stab her in the back. Fine, stab her in the back. I said I'm not stabbing her in the back, and I make the choices here. Oh, let's try the first one. I'm not stabbing her in the back.
You do realise that she hates us, right? If we don't make the first move now, she's going to find a way to make the first move herself. Why would she do that? She wants to leave, which means we need to work together. She knows that. She wouldn't just act against her best interests. I don't know. If I were her, I'd betray us. Look at me right now, suggesting betrayal. You really need to learn to put yourself in someone else's shoes. I'm with that little weasel. You have an opportunity to save the world. You should take it.
I said I'm not stabbing her in the back, and I make the choices here.
And that's a great idea. See, this is why you're in charge and I'm not. You think things through. You stick to your guns. It shows real leadership, and more people should be like you.
Interesting, the opportunist is saying that. I wonder if he's about to do an about turn and indicate that he was just joking.
We're almost there. You better not try anything. I know you're thinking it.
Us? No, never. I can't believe she'd even suggest that. The gall. The princess reaches the top of the stairs and crosses over the threshold, turning back to smile at you.
She's gonna push us down the stairs, isn't she?
Bye-bye, you loathsome little nuisance.
Then she slams the door on you. Its lock swiftly clicks into place. Maybe not stabbing her in the back wasn't such a great idea. The princess cackles from the other side of the door.
How does it feel to be locked away and forgotten by the world? Isn't it just awful?
Try the door, force the door. Okay, fine, you got me. Very funny. Can you let me out now? Or please just let me out. I promise I won't be mad. Or I thought you needed me to get out. Okay, what happens now? I'm stuck here. Let's go with that. I thought you needed me to get out.
I do, but I just couldn't help myself. And we both know that you're already scheming about how to get back at me if I ever open this door. So we're going to stay exactly as we are right now, for as long as either of us lives.
Please just let me out. I promise I won't be mad.
As if I could ever trust you after everything you've done to me. And after what I've done to you, you can't trust me either. Neither of us is ever getting out of here. It's in our nature to be trapped.
Okay, okay, what happens now? I'm stuck here.
Why isn't he saying anything?
Good question.
I think he's gone.
Oh, I didn't think I'd ever have to see you face to face again. Otherwise, I might have given you a little more courtesy at the top of the stairs. No hard feelings, I'm sure.
Oh no, I think she's about to be taken by the creature that exists between spaces.
Why is everything going away? I feel cold.
She's gone. Where did she go? And is that a...
We didn't get an achievement that time, so that's more evidence that last time I did this, the game didn't continue. We didn't get to chapter 3. So let's reload.
You're on a path. You're here.
I'll skip most of this. I guess we'll do the same thing, but stab her in the back.
You take where? But the both.
But you
She do you fine? You can just make it.
in there.
That's not.
So good.
That's when you. I'm just let don't. Ooh.
Oh. Oh.
The princess. She can. Oh, this.
The cat. Yeah.
She never breaks. She's silent.
After you.
Oh, shouldn't wear.
I hold all the cards. Oh, sorry, you first.
And
I hold all the cards.
The princess. What is she doing? I think she's trying to.
your
She's
stink
blushing
is the
again.
Stink of a rat.
Oh, no.
Step onto the stairs.
You follow close. It's wait. Cool.
And is it now the time we stab her? Yeah. Wow, that's an amazing idea. I totally never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. Stab her in the back. Oh, what a horrible thing to do.
Wow, you said exactly the thing I imagined you would say as soon as you heard my brilliant plan. This whole day is a dream come true, really. You plunge the blade deep into the princess's back,
The scorpion.
driving her
It was
to
in
her
your
knees and
nature.
at the roots. Would you look at that? No need to thank me. But, you know, please, do thank me.
Of course you'd betray me the moment I turned my back on you. Don't think you're leaving here alive, wretch.
Oh no, she's about to scratch us or bite us or something.
She shoves you in return, sharp teeth clamping around your ankle as the two of you tumble down the uneven stairs in a hastening flurry of violence and loathing.
Ow.
You separate with a bone-shaking thud as you hit the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact. You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realise that you won't be getting up.
I think this is what happened when we played the game last playthrough. Which I think indicates she's going to be taken by the creature that exists between spaces. So that, in which case I'm at a bit of a loss how we would get to the next. Oh, I suppose give her the blade? So I was going to say get to the next chapter, chapter 3. I suppose give her the blade and then she stabs us?
Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
You need to let yourself get stabbed.
Did you really think you could stab me in the back without suffering the consequences? Fool, fool, fool. You're such a ridiculous fool.
We could have gotten out of here if we'd just trusted each other.
Why would I ever trust you? Your hands have spilled my blood.
You can also leave in
And
the
knowing
cabin.
that, you should never have
Interesting.
trusted me either. You should have known I would never walk hand in hand with a loathsome thing like you. Somebody had to make the first move, and if I had the chance, I would have locked you in this basement. It would have been funny, even if it meant I couldn't leave. I really, truly detest you.
At least we can all agree that it was a good idea to make her go first. How? Well, she was going to betray us, wasn't she? And we struck first. Our back is broken. But we gave it our all. No regrets. Besides, she's got to have it as bad as us, right? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up. Ho-ho! So she does have it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
Yeah.
She eyes you with intensity,
Funny.
silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I
Yeah.
wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello? Are you still there?
Not if the creature
What
that
happens
exists between spaces has anything to say about it. He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Let's reload.
You're
Right,
on
same
that
thing
door.
again. We'll proceed through this quite quickly.
The
But this time we'll give her the dagger.
you take the of
But you
she do you fine? You can just make out.
in there.
That's no.
So good.
She's that's call it. Well, you no. Is it just let don't
I'm sorry about last time.
Oh,
Don't worry, the blade isn't for you.
oh.
the princess? This
If you could have left all along, why do you need me?
The cat.
Okay, let's leave.
Yes,
She never breaks. She's silent.
after you.
Oh, where? We're on. You're talking.
Clearly there's some broken trust here. What if I gave you this? Give her the blade.
You can't be serious.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no.
As do I. I abstain.
You abstain?
You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
This isn't a democracy, we're giving her the blade. Give her the blade, or haha, yeah, never mind, that was such a silly idea. I'm not going to give her the blade, she's clearly hates us, don't do it. This isn't a democracy! We're giving her the blade!
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You hand the blade to the princess, who quickly snatches it from you, her eyes darting between you and the weapon with a nervous curiosity.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
Now the question is she actually going to stab us? Which is, I think it's more likely she will than won't. But there's a slim chance this actually would have changed her opinion of us. I doubt it, but it's possible.
What do you think happens now?
That's up to you. It's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time and I regret it. So now it's your time to choose. Or we're both scared and we're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we'll probably kill each other forever. Do you want that? I don't. We can be better than this. Or you're beautiful. I want to actually save you, and this feels like the only way to do it. We've got to choose that. That will get us the our favourite voice, the smitten. If I suspect. If you're like someone I know, you're probably going to kill me or remain silent. You're beautiful. I want to actually save you, and this feels like the only way to do it.
She pulls back, clearly caught off guard by whatever nonsense you just said to her.
She's blushing again. She's blushing.
I thought it was nice.
Whether it's nice depends on if we meant it. We didn't mean it. Did we?
If you were lying, we'd all know. But unfortunately, you weren't lying.
What? What do you mean by that? What kind of game are you playing?
The look of surprise that momentarily softened her features vanishes as she steals her nerves. And then she
Ow.
buries the blade in your heart.
Ouch.
What? No, come on, that's not right. I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
So it does seem to have had an effect on her, just slightly too late.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
And your power to a suspicious character, Past Life Gambit. The Thorn! Chapter 3!
You're on a path in the woods. I can't believe she actually stabbed us.
Right, so that's 9:36.
I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it.
Come on, Smitten.
Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument. Oh, you're far from being on the right side of anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future. Ho ho, a visionary. I like it. Tell me more. Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper. I like journeys. Travelling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to? Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love. She hates us. Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death.
She did.
As ridiculous as this guy is, maybe he has a point. I don't know if I necessarily buy into his whole love journey thing, but
Oh, ye of little faith.
maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? It makes no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom.
Absolutely. Love would demand nothing less.
Oh, are you now? Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
So what my choice is, this place is different. We're going to free her, dum-de-dum-de-dum. Let's just head straight to the cabin. No matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. Let's see this through. I wonder what type of cabin we'll get this
It
time.
isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin.
Ooh,
I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point.
look at those vines. Previously we had a cabin interior that looked like it was the home of a hag. You know, made out of all sorts of warped living tree, mixed with other natural materials in a fairly raw state. So I wonder what we'll get this time.
I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters.
Is it now?
Princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior
blimey.
at all anymore. The burned out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
Blimey. I was wondering what the thorn was a reference to, because the first thing my mind leapt to is like the mouse that pulls a thorn from a lion's paw, but that didn't really figure here. But of course it's the rose, and the symbol that the thorns of the rose being a symbol that love hurts. And then, I mean, that metaphor really works well, especially in combination with what they've just said here. The fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. Only got more thorns in the background on the vines. They're bramble.
The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade.
She has it.
Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she?
Oh yes.
Well, it's not here. And if she has it,
She certainly could.
let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her.
Chummy. I'm not sure that's quite what Mr. Smitten has in mind.
Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do.
The flowers look more like poppies, to be honest. That's a good point. They could be, couldn't they? But poppies don't have thorns, no. But that could symbolise... the poppies could symbolise life coming from decay, though. Very good point, though. Oh, they weren't talking about Mr. Smitten, they're talking about Mr. Opportunist.
I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work.
Supposed to work, he says. But he also thinks that we're not supposed to have had any past lives, and yet here we are.
If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We have already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers.
I wonder what form she's going to have taken. Will she have become more bestial or less?
Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
Approach the mirror.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror and behold our handsome features.
What mirror? There's no mirror there. Oh, okay. We don't have that dialogue. Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing? Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
We'll have to see how this goes. This might actually genuinely be the most romantic ending. We'll have to see. Enter the basement.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below.
Scorched wood.
The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you.
The metaphors are thick.
Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
Uh-huh.
These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help.
And we shall answer that call.
Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
Hobbles. Oh no.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back.
She almost has the sort of voice I'd expect a stereotypical goth to have. You know, that's not to say that that's how goths would speak in real life, because there's no reason a goth would speak in a particular way in real life, but in terms of voice acting, if someone was asked to play a goth, that's the sort of voice I'd expect. I wonder if that's where they're going with this.
I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I want to figure out a way out of here for good, or I don't know what I want. I never really chose to come here, or I want to free you. I mean it, or I just want to talk, really talk. Proceed down the stairs. Ooh, interesting choice. It's definitely the community's favourite route, and they're wrong. The adversary is the best waifu. Not sure which dialogue to go with. Let's go with this one. I want to free you. I mean it.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
Proceed down the stairs.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation.
Briars, prickles, and thistles.
At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
No, of course not. The Smitten's been quiet for a while. Yeah, I'm here to laugh. What did you think would happen after you killed me? Did you think I wouldn't hold it against you? I'm not here to laugh, I'm here to free you. If you let me. Or I can cut you free, but you'll have to give me the blade, or reach for the blade, or you're in a prison of your own making. I broke our cycle of violence. If you still want to wallow in it, be my guest. Turn and leave. I guess I don't have anything left to say to you. Turn and leave. Fine, if you're going to be like that, I'm going to leave. Have a nice life. Hang on, did I save at the beginning of this? Yeah, I did. I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you, if you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
Look at that art. And I think she has become less bestial.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
For love. You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm trapped as you are, and I think we need to leave together. Or is there nothing I can say to change your mind, or reach for the blade? Or you're in a prison of your own making. I guess I don't have anything left to say to you. Or fine, if you're going to be like that, I'm going to leave. Have a nice life. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own.
We don't need words to send a message. It is through action that we can show her our adoration, our devotion, our
kindness. Then maybe it's past time for either of us to say anything. All that counts is action. Reach for the blade.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't that set your heart
aflutter?
Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her.
Yes. Special in a frenemy type way.
We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
Oh, look at that. We've got the blade in our hand, and it's got blood on the end of it. Presumably our blood, but it could be hers from the thorn cuts.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
I see that the lines have been drawn.
Indeed.
It's 2 against 1.
Isn't it 2 against 2? Or are you just not counting the narrator?
It's 2 against 2. You don't count.
Mhm.
And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us.
Oh, he's othering him.
That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Cut her free. Oh, I just wanted my blade back. You're on your own. Turn around and leave. Cut her free.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free.
You've changed your tune.
Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion.
I like the dialogue. I like it too.
That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her. And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys.
The good guys.
You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
A single villainous betrayal.
Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip. You're right. He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
Interesting that the end of the thorn, the vines, has blood on, not just the bits that, not just the thorny parts. Does that imply that the vines themselves are red inside?
The princess falls into your arms,
Oh, no.
tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You
Charming.
actually meant it. You rescued me.
Oh, the job's not done yet, but we're certainly giving it a go.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
I wonder if you don't get that choice unless you bring this mitten with you. Well, we've got to, don't we? How could we not?
Can we actually do that? No, you can't. Absolutely not. You know as well as I do that we can. And we wouldn't want to throw away a chance for a special moment, now would we?
No, we wouldn't. For the Steam achievement, I didn't... I suppose it's not that surprising as an achievement. I didn't know, though.
If I were only capable of throwing myself off a bridge. Well, are you going to describe our steamy, romantic kiss? You lean in and you kiss her. And she reciprocates enthusiastically. You kiss. It's done. Are you happy now?
Oh, I have no clue, actually.
Come on now, this is the big moment. You can do better than that. Ugh, fine. You and the princess lock eyes and stare deep into each other's souls with all the roaring emotion that comes from letting what once was hatred turn into pure, unbridled passion. Are you making fun of us? And then each of you close your eyes and kiss Words can describe neither the nuclear fire nor the oceanic depth of your connection.
Now he's getting on board.
Please. I think he actually likes romance. If history itself were not about to end, historians would document this moment for the rest of time. Musicians would write era-defining ballads, and great artists would expend entire lifetimes trying to merely capture the spark you hold right now. He's making fun of us. It doesn't matter either way, because this is good stuff. I'm aware of my skills. But unfortunately for you, the moment doesn't last forever. You open your eyes, the princess smiles gently up at you. Time for you to damn the whole world to oblivion, I suppose.
True love's kiss.
That was nice.
Her hand slips into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
I'm glad it was good for you as well.
Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
I don't like how many thorns she still has on her. And she has a tiara of thorns of all things. I feel like we should have removed those.
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade.
What was that expression before? Prickles and thistles? Just a few measly prickles and thistles.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Aww. Cut into the thorns, step into the thorns. Step into the thorns.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield.
Wow.
Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this? Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn star-crossed lovers like us to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving. We'll weave something new together. Something better. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance.
This is it. Freedom awaits.
We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Step into your freedom. We really have already made our choice. We don't have another option.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day. You irredeemable murderers.
But I can hear the sound of the creature that exists between spaces approaching. It couldn't last long. Why is he so anti us freeing the princess when the creature between spaces grabs her anyway? It seems to work towards his goals. Maybe the different iterations of him in each individual world don't know the full plan, although that would be a bit strange, or maybe he's being disingenuous. This world will end, he dies. But isn't that true of all of them? Or when the creature that exists between spaces pulls the rest of them in, which it's about to do in a moment, do the worlds that it pulls the other princesses from not get destroyed? He's already dead. Yeah. Maybe he's also not really alive. He exists. Yeah, that's my impression. It's just if the creature that exists between spaces is going to absorb all the princesses anyway, presumably all the worlds are destroyed anyway, and all the narrators are destroyed as well. So it's not clear why he would care. I don't know.
What do we do now? Where's everything going?
I'm sorry. Nothing I can do, I'm afraid.
Why is it so cold?
Each world has its own narrator. It does, I know. But my point is, if all the princesses get pulled in at the end, regardless of which paths you as the player chose, then presumably all the worlds are destroyed as well. Or is that not the case? Is it the case that some of the narrator iterations survive in the worlds where you either slew the princess or never visited? Do you not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever? It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
I thought some survive if the princess doesn't make it out. Interesting. But we also know that the world doesn't exist where it doesn't need to, doesn't it? Like, these are very small worlds. These aren't planets or even universes. They're just little pockets with just enough in. About as far as the eye can see. You know, as supported by the fact that when you turn away and walk away, you end up at the cabin again, because there is nothing else. As I understood it. So does that mean the narrator is the only resident there? The only permanent resident? If you slay the princess, you're rewarded with an eternal bliss, like in the good ending. Now, I had assumed that, based on what we've already been told, but that is a bit of a spoiler.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different.
It's true, there
Fine.
are stars. I'd assumed the stars weren't actually distant spheres of burning, of fusing gas, but they might be. I suppose it'd be plasma, wouldn't it? Well, most routes don't let you do that. You already did that ending. I didn't do the ending where you slay the princess at the end. Oh, sorry. You said like the good ending. Yeah, I assume you mean slay the princess in a moment. I've not done that yet. The first time I did played through this game, I ended up finding the princess that was inside the cabin. Inside the divine version of the princess. That's the other ending I have so far.
Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right? If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You're nothing at all. Oh. That's the narrator. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You focus your gaze and then you see it. A figure faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the centre of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. We've seen this all before, haven't we? So we may as well just go past this. Destroy the mirror. Guess we may as well. I don't need answers. Break the mirror without asking any questions. You don't need answers from the thing that lives in the mirror. You already know what you are. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of you this time. Oh, sorry. All of this, it's you. I like the way it says you already know what you are, and then goes on to explain what you are. Nascent god. That implies we didn't exist before this. So whatever the narrator did to split up the princess from us created these deities. Proceed to the cabin one last time. Bring the thorn to her, a thorny vessel. When you arrive at the heart of the thing, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Oh, so we'll never find out what the dialogue would have been there, what she would have thought of that vessel. Don't worry, I don't mean to spoil any endings. Yeah, I know you didn't mean any harm.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
I just make a policy of flagging those things up early when I see it, so that people know what the boundaries are, but that's fine. I do know you meant well.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Oh, I suppose because we were split in two. We were once one, either deity or force of nature. It's not clear which. That's why she misses us. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play.
The Echo.
I'm not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
So that's the narrator's true name then, the Echo. Although I think that is only his name because he's an echo of his former self, because of the things he had to do so that she wouldn't be aware of him, as I understood it. The Echo is the narrator. Noted.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Well, I tried hard to find a middle path last time. Perhaps this time I will leave with her. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final piece lies with you.
Oh, that's true. I could have saved. To be fair, we're not... If I go back to the previous save before then, we're not that far off. We'd just be at the start of the thorn. And if I was fast forwarding, I could get back here pretty quickly. But you're right, I probably should have saved. Free yourself. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of your cage pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Take her hand. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. Is that why she called us her little bird? Because we have wings in some cosmic sense. No safe means the stream will have to play again. Sounds good to me. Oh my. Well, isn't this an interesting graphic? I can see what looks like grass growing, although it's... well, I assume it's grass, it might be something else. I can see some geometric patterns, some stars in the centre. I think there might also be another video of either like microscopic organisms moving around, or maybe it's like little creatures moving around in water or something like that. Although it's hard to see clearly behind everything else.
It's magnificent.
Indeed. There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. Step into the infinite. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you will always be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. The music's so good. There are no endings, only new beginnings. Goodness me! So there, we've done it again. So another playthrough. 2 proper playthroughs plus the good ending. Do we know when the pristine cut is due to come out? Let me have a quick look. The same music as for Apotheosis. That's a good point, it is, isn't it? I do wish they'd done more with that ending. I really think it would have been interesting if they'd made that ending be that pathway to lead to an actual ending, with her becoming a god early and you not becoming a god. Right, pristine cut release date, do we know? No. Says a post 5 months ago said it's releasing next year. Well, without knowing the exact date, that could either mean this year or next year. Yeah, it looks. I can't find any announced release date, so we don't know. Play something else instead of grinding endings? I could do. Speaking of, anything people would particularly like to see me play? Whether that be specific games or just generally genres you like or anything like that? I believe they'll be done by the end of this year. Yeah, because part of me wants to do another look at Slay the Princess, and we probably could in a single stream look at the rest of the stuff I haven't seen, I would guess, especially with those save states. But, on the other hand, I could just wait for the pristine cut. This War of Mine is fun. This War of Mine, isn't that game that came out quite a while ago now, probably like at least 5 years ago, which is about living in a war zone and making all sorts of very hard decisions. You know, the sort of decisions where there's no right answer. Yes, that's the one. Chants of Sennaar. I've not heard of that one, no. Just a second, let me add these to the list. I'm not against the idea of possibly doing this this War of Mine. But I do get the feeling it would be quite a depressing game to play. Chants of Sennaar, you say? Actually, let me have a quick look here. You don't have to. It's one of the few games I play and I think you would enjoy it. I've added it to the list. Sorry, just trying to find Chants of Sennaar. There it is. Let me quickly go back. There we go. Overwhelmingly positive. In this award-winning puzzle adventure game, players the traveller on a quest to reunite the peoples of the Tower, observe, listen, and decipher ancient languages in a fascinating universe inspired by the myth of Babel. I have to admit, that does sound really, really good. And something that I could get into. This War of Mine was made by 11-Bit, which is a Polish studio, so my patriotic duty is to recommend it. Okay. Hang on a second. Let me try and set this up to be full screen. And we can have a quick look at the trailer. That's the one. Then I need to maximize that window. Maximized. And set it to be full screen. Good. And finally, we'll transition and we'll mute the game audio. Excellent. In fact, I might just exit the game so I can't hear it either. There we go. Right. Returnal is also supposed to be good, which is more action oriented. Hang on, that sounds a bit too loud. I don't want to destroy your ears. Interesting. I didn't really learn very much from that trailer, you know, aside from the stuff we already knew. But interesting. What was the other one? Returnal. That might be one to grab on sale. Oh, mixed reviews. Break the cycle. Fight to survive as this award-winning third-person shooter brings Selene's story to PC. I've only heard about it. Backtracking a little, are we?
Time is like a tide. It pulls us.
Game of the Year 2022 BAFTA Game Awards, really?
And shapes us.
Well, the guy who bought me Automata recommended it.
With each rush upon us, it leaves a fresh scar behind.
Interesting. Well, nice graphics. Nothing I see about the combat looks particularly remarkable.
No matter how hard we fight, we can never stop it. When all is lost, the tide remains.
Why is it reviewed so poorly? Is it something to do with, like, DRM or something along those lines? Love this game and a huge fan of the genre. I'm only 3.1 hours in, but unfortunately past the refund window. I do recommend this game, however. I need to give it a thumbs down due to some of the technical bugs that seem to still be in this game. The review was written on the 15th of May this year. So that was 5 days ago, I think. Basically, there is an issue where if you're playing the game for a while, all of the textures turn to complete garbage. The only fix is to restart. There's also very inconsistent frame rates and performance issues. I have a 3080 and I'm using recommended graphics settings. I enjoy this game, but it seems to have been abandoned and in dire need of an update. That's not ideal. I'm actually quite enjoying this game, but for the past 6 months there's been a bug where after 2 to 3 hours of gameplay, everything in the game turns to Play-Doh. All the textures turn to mush and the game looks worse than Twitter's rebrand. Ouch. I've a 2080 Ti, so this should not be happening under pretty much any circumstances. It's clear searching the issue that many people are experiencing this, and it's a new bug that was introduced in a patch. There doesn't seem to be any word on fixing it, and no solution, either through modding or changing settings I can find so far. Classic Sony. That might be the explanation. My friend played it on PS5. Yeah, that's a shame. And you can see all reviews is very positive, so that figures with this being a recent patch that broke the game. That's a shame. That probably is a very good game then. I wonder how they managed to break it. What genres do you enjoy the most? I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I play a lot of genres. In general, I prefer games which reward thinking your way through things, as opposed to requiring, for example, very fast reactions, because I don't have particularly fast reactions. Never used to, and I certainly don't now. But that still leaves a lot of scope, because you can, think your way through a well-designed FPS game, for example, by just thinking tactically. But equally, obviously, adventure games I love. Some puzzle games I've got on very well with. I mean, most of the puzzle games I've played, I've got on very well with, but most of those have been recommended to me by viewers, and so I've probably only played some of the best, would be my guess. But in contrast to that, I played through Baldur's Gate 3 a while ago, got on well with that. I have fast reactions but poor decision making. Most of the time I simply kill to make up for my mistakes. See, I'm the exact opposite. Well, I wouldn't say I have brilliant decision making, but I will tend to take my time over making decisions in the hopes that I make the right decisions, but that doesn't help if you don't have time. I already know about this game, but since we looked at the other trailers... Oh, blimey, this is old. It's 10 years old now. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Oh, I have played a lot of retro games as well, including on stream. When I originally set up this channel, I thought I'd be doing a lot more retro gaming than I have been. That's not to say I haven't done plenty. Did the Legend of Corandia series a while ago, which those are old games and very good. So turn-based combat and or strategy. Yep, I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with some real-time strategy as well, but again, it has to be a real-time strategy where not being able to micromanage isn't going to completely ruin your chances of success, if that makes sense. I wouldn't stand much chance competitively. They are dated. Those old adventure click games. I played them back in the day. Like King's Quest. I've never actually played King's Quest. But yeah, I do like my old school adventure games. Only thing I don't like is games... or the only thing I don't like about that genre specifically, older adventure games, is when they're set up in such a way that you can get yourself stuck. You can just reach a dead end where you can't continue, especially when the game doesn't make it clear that that's happened at the time. Because I have had problems before where, for example, I've just discovered later on in a game I don't have an item that I had to pick up way earlier in the game, and now there's no way back and I don't have a save state that early. That's just frustrating. And I know a lot of the older adventure games did that, but that's the one thing I would say about quite a lot, but not all of the older adventure games, which I think is quite damning. But then again, I mean, there were studios that didn't do that, like LucasArts, who made the Monkey Island games, of course. I have issues playing adventure games. I tried that Thimbleweed whatever, or that latest Monkey Island, couldn't play it. I did actually complete Thimbleweed Park. That was a number of years ago, before I was streaming. I got on okay with it. I wouldn't say it was the best adventure game ever made, and I wasn't all that impressed by the ending. But, you know, it was a solidly okay adventure game, if what you're looking for is an old school adventure game. I did the latest Monkey Island on stream. Honestly, it was quite fun, but even more than Thimbleweed Park, I think they missed the mark on the ending. It was just a rubbish ending in my opinion, but you know, I wasn't that disappointed because I'd had so much fun getting there, and you know, if a game's really good most of the way out and then it has a weak ending, like I don't think that completely ruins the experience. It's just a little disappointing. I was going to play this trailer, wasn't I? Yeah, not getting much from this trailer so far. I know the concept of the game. Mister, can you help our mum? You can tell that's going to only end badly, can't you? Yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't do this war of mine. But there is this... So there is an idea, which I think has been fairly well debunked up to this point, but it's an opinion that you'll sometimes see, that games need to be fun. Generally speaking, I'd say most people realise that no, games don't have to be fun, they have to be compelling. They have to make you want to play more. If a game doesn't make you want to play more, then it's failed in... if a video game, I suppose a game in general, doesn't make you want to play more, then it's kind of failing at the most central and important thing it has to achieve. Now, I think this war of mine, from what I've heard, I've never played it, I've only heard about it, falls into... very much exemplifies this point, because I understand it's a pretty depressing game, but it is compelling. So yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but there are probably, you know, I'd have to, I'd certainly have to be take into account that it would probably make for some pretty sad streams. Then again, my last RimWorld stream this Saturday was pretty sad. Half the colony dying. I don't think it's depressing, it simply makes you do hard choices, and some choices get punished hard. Interesting. See, what I'd heard is that it did give you hard choices, and I understand that it tried to play those hard choices quite realistically. So sometimes you would do what genuinely seemed to you, based on all the information you had, to be the best thing, and then you would get punished anyway, because that's what life is like sometimes, especially in difficult times and places, like in a war zone. I understand it's not a game that by simply playing well you can necessarily have a happy ending, which is fine. If anything, that's a good thing. That's a sort of strength, if that's what they're going for. But it will make a very different experience. From what I've heard, it's one of those games where you have to choose between the bad and the worse. Yeah. You can have a happy ending. I'd enjoy that. Somewhat. Okay. Alright. This is certainly a strong contender then. Okay, so what I'll probably do then, what about Frostpunk maybe? Frostpunk? This is another new one to me. Hold on, let me find the right page again. Very positive. Quite honestly, you can buy this war of mine for like €2 as far as I can tell, which is nothing. Oh, you mean on alternate websites like CD Keys? A city survival game. Interesting. So is this like tower defense? Develop new technologies? So there's a tech tree. So it's steampunk in the cold. The city must survive. Does it have an end? Oh, this is also by 11-Bit Studios. Frostpunk is a tense, gripping, and often a stressful survival strategy game filled with difficult, sometimes unthinkable choices. It's tough to play, but even tougher to stop. Interesting. Play with your windows open in winter for a full 4D experience. Oh my gosh, what a ride. This game had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. It took a few failings to get through the first scenario, but man, that ending, what a rush. Such an emotional ride. I think a lot of people won't get it, but man, surviving that, I haven't felt like I lived an epic adventure like this since The Last of Us in 2013. And this wasn't even up close and personal. It's a management game. Wow, hats off. The devs who made this artist, pure art. The music, the atmosphere, the compatibility, the optimization. I played this on a 2014 laptop with a GTX 870M in 1600 by 900. I can't imagine how this game must look in max settings. This is amazing. I recommend everyone try this and see if they can handle it. The adrenaline reward is worth it. Blimey. That's also a very strong contender. Adding it to the list. Huh. So yeah, those are some very interesting games. Thank you. Obviously I'll take more suggestions, but that's plenty for now, if no more ideas are forthcoming. So what was I thinking? What I will probably do is there is another puzzle game I was thinking of doing called Viewfinder. This is one I'd been intending to do for a while. I assume it's quite a short game. I haven't checked. It's another puzzle game based on perspectives. A bit like Superliminal, but I assume the actual mechanic that's used is very different. Oh, it says here challenge perception, redefine reality, etc. Anywho, so I wonder how long is the list. It's very long. The list is pretty much, since I've been streaming, every game which I've either looked at and thought, hey, that might be good for a stream, or rather, and any games that have been suggested to me by viewers. I do some very, very superficial checking to make sure that for some reason it isn't completely and utterly out of the question, but it's a pretty open-ended list so that whenever I'm looking for another game to do, I can just go down the list and pick something. I can't tell you exactly how long it is because it's all in one paragraph, so I don't actually know how many games there are there, but there's a lot. It's more than a page full at this point. Anywho, so those are some strong contenders. So what I'm thinking is next... When am I streaming next? It'll be Friday, won't it? I'm thinking next Friday I'll probably do Viewfinder. I'll have to check. I suspect it's going to be another one stream game. We'll see. Then Saturday will be more RimWorld. No idea what's going to happen with the RimWorld campaign. Obviously, through a mixture of bad fortune and bad decisions, I've ended up losing half the colony, which is bad, but I'm too stubborn to give up. So Saturday will be more RimWorld. We'll see if we can salvage that game. And then Monday, assuming Viewfinder's finished, I will probably start something else. Probably one of the games that was suggested tonight. I've got to say that Frostpunk did look interesting. So maybe that. Maybe not. Maybe I'll pick one of the other ones. We'll see. But that's my current thinking. All streams will be from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. And if for any reason I need to change that, then I will announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I'll also announce it on our Discord server. So, yep. So just to recap, Friday will be Viewfinder, Saturday, RimWorld, Monday, more Viewfinder if I've not finished it, otherwise I'll probably be starting another game. Frostpunk is also only €5. Interesting. So, yep. That's my current plan. And I think that's everything. So, thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you for keeping me company, everyone that did. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.